Welcome back, and sorry about these technical difficulties because it looks like we're not going to be able to have any interviews today. Unfortunately, the problems that we had yesterday have not yet been solved. But fortunately, we've got a series of exciting games, and we may even have something rather special coming up later in this hour. But let's go to the Studer game, because while we were away, I was able to learn that Rook E3, as played by Studer, was a new move. Now, plenty of good players have played this position with white, and they've tried 95 and 92 and all, about 2 or 3 other moves, players like Mamedyarov, Adiban, but Rook E3 is new. And the response was Knight F6. So here, well, is this the idea of the whole plan? D5 takes, E5, Knight D7, Knight H7. Now, this has some vague familiarity. There was, similar idea in the Polagevsky game I mentioned earlier, with the D5 break followed by an E5 advance, and certainly here, Knight H7 though seems to be absolutely reasonable, and white can put a knight on D4. That's absolutely looks great, and if you could play perhaps F4, F5, it might work. But doing the whole thing with your queen out of the game is what I'm really worried about. So I'd love to throw, I don't know, queen F4 in first, and maybe that's a decent plan. But black can reply knight G5 and then maybe put a knight on E6. And well, it's very hard to know what white is really doing here. So knight D4 enables you to swing your rook across, but again, swinging your rook across without your queen taking part is nothing special. And if you just want compensation for the pawn, I can imagine knight D4 and yeah, just keep your position together. The extra pawn on D5 is not the best pawn in the world. So it may be that this white just wants to block it and then continue. So yeah, it's a very ambitious pawn sacrifice, not unknown, but you have to really be confident to play this. And well, not rather, Remain won't be too unhappy, because if you're going to have a bad position, then why not have a pawn for it? Now, knight D4 was played by Studer, so he knows his classics. So this knight is thinking about knight F5 and knight D6, as we saw yesterday with Keymer playing a similar sort of plan. You could also go via B5 if you wanted. Now, black's knight can come to G5 and E6, but you do have a lot of pieces under attack if knight F5 happens. So queen D7 also looks like a decent sort of move. Then we could go queen F4 perhaps, and think about knight F5 again. So there is compensation here, I would say. Definite compensation. And yeah, queen D7, queen F4. Awkward, or yeah, it's also vaguely possible to go F4. I must admit, F4 looks sort of a bit risky as well as good. But well, it seems to be that Studer's position is decent, is very decent here. So let's go to Knightich and Harikrishna, probably the least exciting game, I guess. After queen c5, Knightich doesn't want to start a swap, he wants to finish it. So he played rook e1, takes, and now knight e7. And that's all very reasonable. White can play f4 or f3, but cannot keep the bishop on the diagonal, I don't think, where it prevents the black bishop from developing. So if you play knight e2, sure, it's possible, but after knight c6, bishop c3, I strongly suspect we could just go f6, and even that looks fairly safe. Maybe the d7 pawn's a little bit weak. So knight e2 might make a bit of sense. All in all, though, you would think most of these sort of Sicilian positions are pretty close to equal. So f4 played. Okay, so he wants a bit of space. And if knight c6, so he'll move his bishop back, probably f2. And then we don't have bishop c5, so we have to play bishop e7. Maybe there's something small here for white. Maybe you could claim some advantage. I don't see exactly whether white's going to really be going e5 or f5. Neither of them seem to do much. So knight c6 is definitely the obvious move here, and bishop e7, and probably this is okay. The only danger of some sort of knight c6 move is allowing a knight d5 later. Takes, and when the knight moves d6, and that could be a bit scary. So you do have to watch out for knight d5. But knight d5 by itself isn't even hitting very much. So it's, even if it is good, it's not going to be really good. Just a little advantage for knightage. I think he'll be quite happy with this. Yeah, his rating has dropped quite a bit. He's down to a 6th seed, and he's up against the top seed. And really, it's hard to see how black can create many chances here. I wonder if knight c6 and b4 is possible. It is, but I'm not too scared by it. But no, maybe that's a vaguely active plan for black. I'm just not sure. So what we haven't seen recently is the Wojciech game against Anton, our second place getter, and we left it after queen b6. So then was bishop e3 was played, queen a5, bishop d4, and Wojciech now realizes, like Ivanchuk, that his true calling was checkers and plays f6. So here, almost everything's on a dark square. He's still got a bit of work to do to turn the bishop on c6 into a dark squared bishop, but I have actually seen that done. I was sitting next to a time scramble between Alexei Shirov and Simon Agdestein in the Bundesliga many years back, and they were both in crazy time trouble before increments. And Agdestein, my teammate, was particularly annoying in time trouble with fidgeting and all sorts of things, and Shirov was getting more and more upset with him. But and after move 40, it was probably 43 when they stopped. Anyway, they stopped and they decided to update their score sheets just to see how many moves had been played. And Shirov was really having a go at Agdestein, saying that, you know, your behavior was terrible and you shouldn't act like that. And Simon was sort of shrugging his shoulders. What did I do? And then Shirov suddenly looked at the board when he was trying to reconstruct, and he realized that he had 2 dark squared bishops. So both black's bishops are on dark squares. And then he said, well, this is going to be very difficult to reconstruct, and I must have done something wrong too to have 2 dark squared bishops. So how about we make it a draw? And Agdestein agreed. I mean, the position was very complicated, more so because black had 2 dark squared bishops, but at least it has been done. I don't think Anton would allow it, but you never know. So bishop d4, f6, and a simple king b1 is played here. So again, sometime g3 and f4 is going to be annoying for black. You will have to swap on d4, and I can well imagine that white is better here. Also, I suspect that the black king is going to have to go to the queen side. It just doesn't look safe to sit on f7 or even to, well, definitely not to go king side. So castles queen side and king b8 will probably happen fairly quickly for black. Black might try to get the queens off, but I don't think white's going to oblige. Yeah, we could play bishop takes d4 and queen e5 if we wanted. And if queen e3, queen f4, it might work, but no, the white queen will eventually just move out of the way, and it'll be the black queen that will get kicked around sooner or later. So I don't think there's any real simplification here for Wojciech, in which case he's just a bit worse. He's got the bishop pair, but they'll be swapped off at any moment. And white's got a more flexible pawn structure. Unlike a normal game of checkers, white can actually choose whether to put his pawns on dark squares or not. So this is, yeah, definitely a bit better for white. And yeah, black had better hurry with castles and king b8. So Adams against Keymer. Adams played the very committal move that I had not seriously considered after bishop d8, and that was a5, because I thought queen c5 was going to do terrible damage. And in fact, he swapped first and then played queen c5. And can Adams actually save his pawn? Well, maybe he can go queen to c4 here, but it's not what white wants to do at all. Takes, rook c8 perhaps. Yeah, it's not easy at all. So I think this is a bit challenging. Well, queen c4 is almost forced, is it? And after queen c4, what if we play rook c8 first? That could also be a quite annoying move. So yeah, white has a few little problems because of the pawn on a5, and you probably can only solve them by swapping off the queens, which usually will not lead to much for white. There's still a d6 pawn that's a little bit weak. There's still possible control of d5, but the knight on f3 is just so badly placed. It's just very hard for it to get anywhere serious. I'm just looking at some sort of pawn sacrifice with knight d2, trying to come to c4. So if knight d2, bishop takes on a5, I think I want to play bishop e3 and try and embarrass the queen. And actually, that's got a bit of potential, really. So let's have a look at this. So knight d2, bishop takes pawn, which is not forced, of course, but white is about to play knight c4. So bishop e3. If I go back with queen c7, no, I haven't got, yeah, knight c4 is still not game over. Knight b5 is interesting. But after takes b4, you can just castle. So yeah, it's not quite working the way I hoped. Knight c4, you can take on c3 first, and that looks okay. So yeah, this pawn sack is probably not good enough. So I'm expecting Adams to play queen c4. Okay, let's try. No, let's try back to the Anton game, because Wojciech did play bishop takes d4 and queen e5. So he is groveling for a repetition after queen e3, queen f4, I would say. Because if you don't play queen f4 after queen e3, then g3 and f4 will come, and your queen will look rather strangely placed. So queen b4 looks very weird. Yeah, then we'll definitely go queenside, and I think we're doing okay. So Wojciech is trying for that draw, and well, what I just want to go back to Adams for a moment. Oh, the queen was attacked, right? Bishop e3, and then it went back to c6. If it goes to b4, then knight d2 and rook a4 could be quite nasty. So the queen went back to c6. Sorry, I got distracted there. But now, well, is queen c4 better than before or worse? It's very hard to say, because I like having my bishop on g5 in a lot of positions, just to affect black's control of the d5 square. But queen c6, you can play knight d2 if you want. And then if black could play d5, then maybe things would work out quite well. I'm not sure about that idea, but it could be good. So knight d2, d5. And probably this is fairly okay for black. Normally, well, the general rule in Sicilian used to be that if you got d5, you equalize. Now that's not such a firm rule at all, but I think it may apply here. Notice both sides are trying to get the absolute maximum out of their position without castling. So both of them have regarded castles as a loss of a tempo. And in other words, you've got better things to do. It's well, the practical manifestation of the old adage, castle because you because you must, or because you will, but not just because you can. And here, well, White and Black are saying, well, every single move, I've had a better move than castles. And top players have said that if they castle early in games, or in a lot of games, it usually indicates they're out of form, which seems very strange, but it's because you tend to play a bit slackly. If you just think, okay, I'll castle and think about it later, it's lazy thinking. And if you do it frequently, then you're probably not playing all that well. And yeah, in these positions, well, if you have a look at the 4 positions we have today, Black has only castled in one of them, and White only just castled in one and hasn't castled in another. So it's not the castle early and often that you might have picked up from Fred Reinfeld books, but it's much more let's see if I've got something better. And very often in the opening, you've got something better than castling. It's just that castling something you feel like, well, I'm going to have to play it sometime, so let's do it, and then we don't have to think so much. And unfortunately, that sort of thinking is not so great. Now, one thing about the Knight-H Harikrishna game, which I didn't mention before, this one is or will be Knight-H's first score against Harikrishna with the white pieces. He's actually had 0 out of 2 in their 2 games. He's managed to make 2 draws with Black against Hari, but basically he lost in 2015 in the Isle of Man, and he also when he tried to play the white side of a French, and then when he played the London system in Vaikanse to try and make a draw, he was just outplayed. So he really has a poor score against Harikrishna, and in fact, Hari, a lot of the players in this field, it's quite surprising how well he has done against a lot of the other players. Of the other games, well, yeah, the pairings have just never played a classical game against each other. Certainly they played a few days ago in the Rapid, but that's a bit different. So, okay, Adams and Keymer, and Adams did in fact decide, okay, it's time to go Queen C4. And there's no absolute need to swap here, because if White swaps, that looks like the B3 pawn will be very weak. So it may be the moment when Black decides to castle, and maybe that's okay. And I'm wondering about Knight C5, but I suspect some of these positions where the bishop takes on C5 could turn out to be just a little bit better for White. So, well, here we have a position that, yeah, should be absolutely fine for Black, but if Queen takes Queen, Pawn takes, Rook C8, we can always just go Knight D2. One day that knight on F3 might turn up on a good square, and then things could be a little bit awkward for Black. So Keymer doesn't want to stay quiet here. He would like to organize his pieces, so perhaps he can play D5 or put pressure on A5, something to avoid White just going castles and Rook D1 and then threatening to swap queens and take on D6, and maybe force that bishop on D8 to go back to E7 or perhaps C7. So right now they've both used about half an hour of their hour and a half, so time trouble is certainly not really on the cards. And okay, the one we haven't looked at recently, mainly because they've both been involved in some deep thinking, is the Studer game against Romain Edouard. So here the local player has had to face Queen D7, and he's got to choose an attacking plan now, and it's just not so easy. He's already spent 15 minutes on this move and still hasn't moved, because you either go F4 and try and blow them away, or you bring your queen into F4, or maybe G3, but F4 looks better. Black, however, has a new idea which could be annoying, and that is to play A5, A4. So the queen on D7 doesn't just cover knight F5, but it also enables a small counter attack on the queen side, which could be annoying. So it's very hard to know exactly how white should do it. You can Studer frequently in both the Chess 960 and the Rapid tournaments had positions that he knew were good, but he didn't really have enough time to work out exactly what to do with them. Well, here he's playing classical chess. He does have enough time to work things out. And well, I think I'd try to use the pieces rather than the pawns, but maybe that's a matter of taste. And actually F4 is temporarily unstable, and it may give black the opportunity to go knight to F6 and then jump in on E4. Now, you could, maybe there's an E6 move after that, but actually it looks really quite, well, unfair that for black, that black's able to free the knight that way. So maybe he's reluctant to play F4 because of knight F6, and I can understand that, unless he can find some tactics that will work. Well, it's a good chance for the bottom seed, and I think he's the second youngest player in the field, Noel Studer. Now, Studer is mentioned that well, he started playing in quite a strange way. He was quite late, 6 or 7. Well, nowadays that's late. And he learned to play the game, and he didn't actually go to any sort of tournament. Well, it was more like a holiday camp until he was 9, and he enjoyed it. And then after that, he started playing tournaments. Now, when you have kids in the World Under 10 Championship sometimes that have turned professional, it's really quite late. But see, he has been moving up pretty well, youngest ever Swiss champion. So basically from playing his first tournament to winning the Swiss championship was only 7 years. And he does say that it wasn't easy in Switzerland to play really strong players. But of course, being in Europe, you can travel a bit, and he has been able to score some decent results. I think his best one was the Young Masters in Switzerland, in Bad Ragaz, I think it was Switzerland, back in 2019. But yeah, not too many tournament wins, but some high placings. And he's also played 2 Olympiads for Switzerland in 2016 and 2018. And no doubt he would have played in 2020 if there had been an Olympiad. As it is, there's an online Olympiad that will, well, Switzerland probably won't be starting until after this tournament finishes, but it's just a rapid tournament. So I don't know if that will suit Studer particularly well. Anyway, he's putting in a good game here, but he really needs to find something incisive in the position we have in front of us. So where's there been some action? Well, Harikrishna did in fact play the B4 move that we were thinking about, except not here. We were thinking knight C6 first. So let's see if pawn takes. Is he going to go knight C6, or is he going to go somewhere else? Knight G6 perhaps. But that looks very weird. Knight G6, we may well be able to try and blow you away with F5, and that could be very awkward. So it has to be knight C6. So why he didn't start with knight C6 is actually a little bit baffling. He'll always have the choice to take on B4 with the bishop or the knight. So that's not really the problem. Maybe it was a knight. No, not even a knight d5 move is going to explain the reason for this. So, knight c6, bishop c5, knight takes b4, bishop takes f8. Probably rook takes, but it doesn't seem to make much difference. Should be a bit better for white. In particular, the a6 pawn could be a little bit weak. It'll be a while before we get to it, but it feels as if that could be okay. But the knight on b4 is really hard to dislodge, to be honest. So that could also be a very decent plan. So I'm not understanding Harikrishna's move order here, but surely he's going to go knight c6 now. Yes, he has already. So knight c6 played. Bishop back, and then he has to choose whether to take with knight or bishop. And actually, knight takes has some attractions. Eliminating the d3 bishop, your d7 pawn's a bit weak, but you can probably put your bishop on c6 and hold everything. So that could work. And yeah, it's maybe black is okay here. It's sort of hard to say. It's not one of those positions that's so easy. So where do you put your bishop? Yeah, bishop c5 looks logical. Bishop b6 looks weird. You actually don't have to move that bishop. You could go bishop e2 or maybe even bishop f1. And if knight d4, rook d4, you may not get your pawn back. And therefore, if the knight takes on b4, then the bishop gets to stay on d4 and the bishop on f8 doesn't get to move. Actually, that is very clever. And that would mean that his move order has been terrible. And in fact, yes, he played bishop f1. Okay, bishop f1. Because he hasn't solved the problem of his bishop on f8. So here, things could get quite bad. Knight takes b4 doesn't threaten anything. We can go f5 if we want. Looks pretty good, actually. Well, I wonder if they'll pull back with knight c6 then, which might be okay. But there's a real chance of getting blown away here. So, in a way, the lack of development isn't a problem. I can't. But is it possible there'll be some positions where the d7 pawn will be quite weak? For example, after knight takes b4, if we just go rook d2, and if you go back to c6 with the knight, we could put our bishop on b6 to cover all those rook squares. Now, maybe d6 and bishop e7 will be okay, but I'm not completely sure about that. So it could be a bit better. Knight takes b4 played, which was more or less force. So it's Knight seems to have a fair bit of pressure, and well, something's gone wrong here because it shouldn't have been a problem for Harikrishna at all. But well, it looks like his move order. b4 was trying to be fancy, but you should have just started with knight c6, force the bishop to move, and then play b4 if you want to. And maybe he didn't want to allow a knight d5 idea. So I'm talking about in this position, okay, playing knight c6 and bishop somewhere, and now b4. And the only reason I can think for not doing it is some knight d5 move, but here that just doesn't threaten anything. So pawn takes pawn, and that's not a problem at all. So that could have been the reason, but what he's got is a really inferior version. So it's okay. So this is the first really big advantage, I reckon. Okay, we have had a move by Noel Studer, and like me, he didn't particularly want to put his pawn on f4, so he's doing it with pieces. He played queen f4, and that's the sort of move I really like. So we've got knight f5 coming, we've got rook g3 coming, and generally the queen's just on a good square. We can play h4 in some positions. So right now, knight f5 is the hassle. Now, it's not going to win something because you can get your rooks out of the way pretty quickly, rook c5 or something like that, but it will be very annoying having a knight sitting on d6. So Studer is controlling the game fairly well. I'm pretty happy with that. So we have had one more move by each player in the Adams game, Adams against Keymer. And after queen c4, rook c8 was played, and then came knight d2, which is the move I'd been looking at for a while. And of course, right now, there is no way of the black queen moving without losing the rook on c8. So the black queen will have to stay there. It's not clear the white queen will have to for very much longer. And of course, if you take now, we can take with the knight, and suddenly this position goes from slightly better for white to significantly better for white because the d6 pawn is really quite weak. So here, it's quite tough to find a good move for black. Well, as I said before, I guess you can just castle, be as lazy as you like. But after white castles, you've got to find another move. Knight g4 might get rid of that bishop. I wonder if knight f1 is a go. But, oh no, that'll lose the c4 pawn. So knight g4 is annoying. I wonder if you could hide it on a7. It looks terrible. But you never know. Yeah, no, so knight g2, knight g4 is and played also. So yeah, this is Keymer getting active again. Nobody's castling. They're too busy with other stuff. So it's yeah, it's definitely a messy position. Keymer is probably doing okay here, but he is 20 minutes behind on the clock. And if the position stabilizes, it could actually work out fairly well here. I wonder if white could play knight d5 here. That seems to make some sense. And if knight takes e3, knight takes e3. I guess you could activate with bishop g5 then, which is definitely a bit annoying. Yeah, it's strange. Black's bishop on d8 is coming to life in a fair few variations. So nothing is simple at all. Yeah, we at the moment. Okay, we haven't looked at Anton Wojtaszek. I thought this was going really well for white. Well, after queen e3 and queen e2, he went queen d2. So he doesn't care about the e4 pawn because he can pin. So black just went h5. And that's the idea of that, is to prevent white from getting f4 under good circumstances. But I would think g3 is playable here. If you then go h4, I think we throw f4 in straight away. And if you go g4, well, I can take and you can't take back. So I'm saying g3 here. And if h4, I'm just going to hit you with f4. And I think white may be doing okay here. And if g4, well, you can't play g4 because I take, and your queen is not defending that rook on h8, so you can't take back. So g3 looks like the consistent plan. If you give black one more move and black plays h4, perhaps you just can't get through on the king side anymore, or not in a reasonable way. So yeah, after g3, I don't know what black does. Probably castles queenside, but f4 happens and you're definitely a bit worse. Sooner or later, that e4 move. So we'll play f4. Let's say you take and move your queen. We'll go rook he1 probably, and then just e5 and see what happens then. Although we can't with our queen on d2. So what I'm thinking about is g3, castles queenside, f4, move your queen, and I wanted to just go rook e1. Maybe I should have swapped before I moved the queen. So take, queen a5, and I wanted to go just rook here and get ready for e5, but I unfortunately have to prepare it with one more move because d takes e5 is going to threaten my queen. So I'm going to have to do something like queen e3, and then black should be okay. Black should have enough time. So h5 is quite a creative idea, and yeah, if white could crash through, but actually the bishop on c6 keeps the knight on c3 well under control here. So there's even a possibility of, in this position, playing rook e1 first, and then trying to play knight d5. So there's also rook e1, and we're looking for knight d5, and then f4 at a time when your queen's badly placed. And that may be possible as well, because after knight d5 you can't take because the pawn takes and your queen's actually trapped. So yeah, that is looking strange. The Studer game, we've definitely had some action, and our we left it after queen d7, queen f4, knight f8 played. So he wants to swap off the knight with knight e6. White does not allow it. And instead of knight e6, he goes knight g6, which looks to be vulnerable to h4, h5 later. But at the moment, we're threatening that pawn on e5, which is a bit of a problem. And what is he going to do about it? Queen g3 loses the knight. Oh, you don't have a choice here, do you? You've got to go queen g4. And he did. Now we're threatening knight takes h6, check, winning the queen. So you have to protect your queen. And rook c7 was played. And that, okay, is going to be the, if you like, the critical position. If we don't really want to put our knight in on d6 at the moment. So do we want to go f4? Perhaps. Unless bishop c8 is good, forcing us to go knight d6 and then taking everything on g4. No, because when you take on e8, there's going to be a problem with these. So the variation I was looking at was bishop here. Sorry, bishop c8. Oh, sorry. Did I say f4 first? f4, bishop c8, knight d6, queen takes, pawn takes, and now you can't take on g4 because knight e8 threatens the rook on c7. So you just have to move something, probably here, but at least there's no f5 move. Now white can get the pawn back. Hang on, f4 is hanging though, and we can't play f5. So can we play g3 here? But then we lose g4, and it's hard to know. I don't think with queens off that is really that scary. So yeah, it looks like it might be okay. So we're about to be joined in the commentary by Dina Bellenkaya. So Dina's been prowling the playing hall and has all the news for us. So what's happening, Dina?
Hello, Yin. Hello, everyone. I'm here directly from the live studio where we had interviews, where we're trying desperately to have interviews, but unfortunately today we did not succeed, and our apologies on that. How are you, Yin, today?
Doing fine. Some pretty exciting games. I'm really happy about, especially seeing Noel do so well today, or I hope he's doing so well.
We also do, because just some minutes ago we had here in studio his partner, woman FIDE master Alessia Santaramo from Italy, who is rooting for him so much that I think with all the interviews she gave us today, she would be very happy to see Noel winning the game afterwards.
Yes, well, it's a long way to go, I must admit, but yeah, it's certainly, to be honest, as a partner of someone who playing chess, I would strongly recommend that she goes and walks around Biel rather than watches the game, because her nerves will be shattered.
Absolutely, absolutely. But she's doing a very good job here, and mostly she spoke to us about the importance of having someone close to you on the scene of the tournament, because it also depends on the person. Actually, sometimes it can be a little bit interfering with the routine, and sometimes it can be really helpful. So there is for sure kind of a golden, how you call it, golden no golden,
not golden, but yeah, I mean, there's a real debate about partners at chess tournaments. I have to say I come down strongly on the side of having your partner at the tournament. I noticed that Michael Adams has brought his wife Tara McGowan to the tournament, and they're enjoying Biel.
Yes, indeed, and we're expecting her to join us as well for the interview in the upcoming days. And it's true that Michael Adams usually travels on the tournament with his wife, and I'm pretty sure that the role of Tara is very huge on the performance of Michael.
Yeah, well, I noticed that very recently Tara was involved in an online performance of Macbeth. She's an actress, and might be worth asking her how that went, because it looked like it was going to be a very serious production.
Indeed, and she also participated in some film production during the Gibraltar festivals. So she's very experienced in this sphere, for sure.
Yes, I vaguely recall her in, was it an Agatha Christie show as well? So she's certainly played a lot of roles. So I guess Michael Adams is supporting her when she does that too.
Also, we have here Radoslav Wojtaszek with the company of his wife Alina Kaszlinska, who is also on the stage. And yeah, that would be interesting to ask him as well. What is the role of our partner having on the scene of the tournament?
Is she playing in the COVID tournament?
No, she's not playing, unfortunately, but she's a full chess professional. So I'm pretty sure when she's not playing, she's working on chess.
Right. Yeah, she had this outstanding result not long ago, I think.
Yeah, she's European woman European champion 2019.
Right. That's right. Yeah. So yeah. So I presume again Radoslav might be her second when she's playing the big tournaments too. He's a very good second. He's helped Anand a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
So what else is going on today?
Yeah, otherwise nothing new from our side. What do the games say?
Well, I mean, obviously the Studer game against Eduard is definitely the most exciting. Studer's sacrificed a pawn, now has to make a decision about yeah, f4, bishop c8. It still feels like it might be good for white. I don't know what else you can do given the threat to take on. Oh no, there's no threat to take on e5. Okay, you have one tempo to do something. h4 maybe. So, oh no, but bishop c8 is coming. So you actually don't have an easy tempo here. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but it feels good for white, but I can't see anything really clear. And
yeah, I guess
well, white. Sorry, go on.
I guess the computer suggestion would be more or less equal, but indeed, from the human perspective, it's way easier to play with white here. There is a kind of a pressure that I'm for sure Romain does not like.
Yeah, I'm just nervous about bishop c8 because I don't really want to attack with queens off the board. Okay, I know the queen's great on g4, but can I go queen h5? If you take on e5, I'm going to take on h6 and then take on e5, and I'm still a pawn down, but your king's not looking too good. And after queen h5, maybe I can then jump in on d6. The only big worry is after queen h5, there's knight f4, and maybe I have to go back. So, yeah, I don't know, unless it's some knight h6 sacrifice again.
Knight
Looks very
h6, yeah,
speculative.
maybe king h7.
Yeah. And so let's see, what I'm looking at, sorry, is queen h5, knight f4, knight check, king h7. Well, okay, with the knight on f4 now, I think I can just go here. I've got my pawn back. I'm going to get my knight in on d6. It's got to be a bit better for white. Yeah, if king takes knight, I take the other knight. And if you swap queens, I just take back. So that's probably good, but I was more nervous about pawn takes. And now a rook check, you go king h7, I guess.
Yes.
Queen h6, maybe. Knight back. And I don't know, it's promising, but is it anywhere near decisive? H4 is interesting here, I guess, but I'd have to say this is very, very speculative. I don't trust it as far as I can throw it, so no. So I just don't see anything clear here. It's such a nice position, but yeah, I just don't know what he's going to play. Maybe this ending after f4 is just better for him, but somehow I couldn't find a really good way to play it. Yeah, staying a pawn down and having positional pressure maybe in the line I was looking at. But if you didn't have bishop c8, rook c7 is a really nice move, because if you didn't have bishop c8, then white could just proceed to attack with h4 and everything would be great. But it's just not happening. I don't know. Any ideas?
Nothing concrete so far, but yeah, it would be. I would be surprised if white did not have a slight advantage here.
Yeah, black can console himself with the extra pawn, which means you can give it back if you absolutely have to. But no, I'd really like to have something concrete, because yeah, I've been playing all the normal attacking moves with queen f4 and knight f5 and so on, and I feel I deserve to have something good here. I just can't see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and the other games, well, all of a sudden, Keymer and Adams, which looked like it was going to go towards an endgame, is not really an endgame anymore. Well, suddenly, after 92, knight g4, Adams brought his queen back, and now after b5, well, if you take on b6, we'll probably take with the bishop, and it's active for sure. But I think you have to take en passant, don't you?
Yeah, probably, because otherwise it is as if there was one pawn down for white, because
yeah,
b5 pawn blocks b2 and b3, and also b4 might be no, a b4
yeah.
probably
I want to cover d5 before I play b4, so I probably want to go knight f6 because there's no bishop g5 anymore.
And you might also want to have a c4 square for the knight.
You do want to have a c4 square for the knight, absolutely, yeah. So I guess if you take on b6 and we take with the bishop, you could go queen d3 and try and win the a pawn. It doesn't seem like a very important pawn, to be honest. Yeah, black could just castle and not worry about it, but maybe that's a little bit better for white. So you have to take en passant. I'm amazed that Michael Adams hasn't taken en passant yet. So we have Anton against Wojciech. What do you think?
Yes, I have this game. Just notice that the Studer has made his move.
Oh, rook de1.
Yes.
Overprotecting the pawn. Okay, let's go back to that one. So the Studer game. So now if bishop c8, knight d6 looks better than before. And then you will be able to perhaps take on d5 without losing e5.
And also, I was thinking maybe on bishop c8, you could try e6.
Whoa, you can too.
Rook takes e6, rook takes, pawn takes, queen g6.
That is a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, and you cannot take the knight because of rook e8 checkmate.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, I was trying to make it work with the just before, but it didn't. Yeah, and here
Okay.
this is pretty logical.
So how do we stop that? I mean, rook e6, it can be knocked away any time with knight d4. So it doesn't look like a stable square. Queen e6 looks dodgy, I must admit. That again, we can move our queen and then play knight d4. So what else have you got? King h7 maybe to protect things.
Yeah, looks like an option. And now we can try probably. Yeah, we do not have enough time, do we, for h4 and h5?
h4, I'm always going bishop c8.
And again e6, and then h5.
Okay, pawn takes h5, pawn takes queen g6. Oh, I have to have swapped some rooks to. Oh no, but even, yeah, it's working because e8's hanging, isn't it?
Yeah, but probably
so
you can, in this case, you can take on e6 and then on h5 move the knight back somewhere like knight f8, but might be passive.
Hang on, isn't there a mate on g7?
If you take with a pawn first, then
so
yep, it's
h4.
protecting. Yeah.
So
h4.
the main line is bishop c8. Yeah.
Yeah, e6, f takes e6, h5, knight f8, and how do we evaluate this position? Because we gave a pawn, but we opened the king. Probably if we. Yeah, no.
Okay. What if we take on d5? Oh no, queen takes. The rook's on c7 is useful.
Yeah, rook is protecting.
Okay. And there is actually a threat of taking on f5. Unfortunately, bishop c2, you may still be able to take on f5.
Bishop c2, maybe even rook takes c2.
Oh, yep. Sorry. So there's no. Yeah, you're right. So we may have to pull our head in and play knight to d4. And now, I wonder, is e5 a move?
That's interesting. And bishop c2.
Giving back some material to swap the queens off. And that's probably equal. But given that we're 2 pawns up, maybe we can try and make it work a bit more with queen f7 or something like that.
He did just make a move, yeah.
Or wasn't he? He played king h7. Exactly right. Okay. King h7 played.
And now, my suggestion would be h4, although we did not come up with a move after knight e4 in that line.
Yeah. If you start with e6, doesn't look great. I still want this knight d4, but I also want bishop c2 in some positions. But I suspect knight f8. So, I mean, if I go e6, I don't know, probably take with a rook first, but I'm not sure. Take, knight d4, knight f8. I can't imagine I have enough pieces left to mate you. But knight e6, and yeah, I can't play bishop c2 and knight e6. That's my problem. If I take on e6, take, rook takes. I'm still a pawn down, and I'm not mating you. I might have enough pressure, but I don't trust it. So, yeah, okay. In a position like this, sorry, knight d6 may be some small advantage. I don't know. Take, rook d8. We could take. Actually, it's not so simple because knight e5. Oh, it's not a threat, knight e5, but I don't exactly know how to build up this position. I probably can't build up this position, unfortunately. I can probably make a draw by taking on b7 and putting a rook on the d file or something like that, but that's not what I want to do.
Do you want to try f4, and if knight takes f4, rook f1, and then try to swap on f7?
Oh, you mean in the endgame?
Yeah.
Here. So you're saying f4, and if knight takes f4, rook f1.
Or rook f3. I'm not sure which one is better. Maybe rook f3 in order to avoid d4 with the tempo.
Okay.
Yes.
And now if g5, you want to play g3, do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's try g5, g3. If I play d4 here, you put the rook back on f1, do you?
Yes, that's interesting, but I don't like knight d3. In this situation, I should probably... Yeah, maybe it doesn't work in either way.
Maybe, yeah. So you might want to put a rook on f1 instead.
But still, also you open my bishop, which is on b3. And maybe
That's
once,
right. Oh, sure.
Once I take the f7 pawn, could my e5 pawn potentially become a strong one?
It could be a monster, absolutely, yeah.
Fast pawn.
So I'm probably going to need to go knight g6 at some point and take on e5, but so let's try rook f1.
Yeah.
Okay, then d4 anyway, I suppose.
Oh, you're threatening knight takes g2 as well.
Yeah, but if rook back to e1, I'm going to go knight d3 and maybe even take on e5 as fast as I can.
Okay, but wait a second. Once I take on f7, I also attack the rook. So if I go rook e1, you go knight d3, I go knight takes f7.
Yep, knight takes f7. Okay, so I don't know. So rook f8 looks dumb, but yeah, I don't think I've got enough pieces to make that work. Yeah, maybe this is working.
Again, I'm not sure how to evaluate because
yeah,
both fast pawns are dangerous. Then your king might be closer to stop.
Okay, so if I take on f7, we get some endgame like this. Rook takes.
Yeah, rook takes also an option.
Knight takes, rook takes. And that is a good d pawn, but the knight is a bit stupid where it is.
Yeah, and the bishop probably might be stronger here than the knight.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think I need to play d3, d2 as fast as I possibly can. But you'll pick up a7, you'll block with the bishop on d1.
And that'll bring the king to e2.
Yeah, drawing chances for black, but yeah, it's... Look, I want to find something attacking. And I'm sure Noel is in the same boat here. And he's starting to run short of time. He's more than half an hour behind his opponent now. Remembering the actual game position is after king h7 with the position like this. And we've tried h4, we've tried e6, we've tried knight d6, and nothing is a clear advantage, I must admit. So maybe there was something better earlier on, but everything Noel did looked very, very logical. So I'm a little bit surprised that the position isn't somewhat easier to play. Yeah, there's no automatic attack at the moment. The bishop on b3 is out of the game until it can go to c2, and the rook on the c file covers that quite well. So maybe he's going to have to go knight d6. I mean, knight d6 looks like a decent move, a sort of move where you can't lose, and allow the swap of queens and play that endgame. Even though you're a pawn down, I'm sure you're going to be okay. So, okay, yeah, there was one other we hadn't looked at together, and that was knight against Harikrishna. We left it after knight c6 and knight takes b4, king b1 didn't seem totally necessary, and now rook g8. Well, if you have to do that, life isn't great, although there are some lines of the Slav defense where black does it and somehow equalizes. There was this was used by Kramnik in his match against Topalov, and then Anand I think wanted to use it, but Kramnik advised him against it. So h4, I don't think g5 was coming anyway. Maybe it was h6, h5. Okay, what do you reckon about this, Dina? How much has white got here?
I pretty much like white's position. I would say there is a clear space advantage, and the pawn structure looks to be a little bit safer. I think a6 pawn is weak, although right now there is only bishop attacking it and no rook on a1, so no danger for it as well. d7 pawn might be also weak, but again, we are in the end game. so the king is protecting it. Yet no danger anyway for now. But I also see another point is that we have a feeling that Black hasn't finished the development yet. How dangerous is that for Harikrishna?
Yeah. So I'm a bit unclear as to what our plan is here with white, but maybe it's just G4, G5. Just get more space.
Or prevent Black to get some activity.
Well, now that you mention it, maybe he should go bishop c5 here. That's a move he wanted to play a long time ago. Finally, he's got a chance to do it. It doesn't completely solve his problems, though, I guess.
Yeah, to put this bishop out immediately.
We could take and play rook. Oh, no, then h5 is hanging. So we don't want to take. We want him to do the taking. Because I was thinking of putting a rook on d6 and hitting the a pawn that way. But no, after bishop c5, we have to find a good waiting move. Rook e3, maybe? Thinking about rook g3.
Yeah, the rook on g8 is a little bit strange. So either Black moves the g7 pawn somewhere, or there's the question why is it there?
Yeah, so I mean you can play g6 and we'll take, and whichever way you take back, your pawns aren't looking so fantastic. Rook takes looks like a way of making some activity by hitting the g pawn, but to be honest, then you've got a weak a pawn and a weak h pawn. So I'm sure he doesn't want to play g6 if he can find any other way to play it.
Absolutely.
So overall, White's done fairly well today, but nothing is that advantageous really. Maybe only Adams if he's actually winning the a pawn. Oh, okay. So Queen e2, a5, and now at any moment there can be knight c4, and that looks very decent. So Adams looks like he's going to put on the pressure with knight c4 coming at some moment. And it's hard to do anything much about that. So yeah, Black will probably need to put his knight back on f6 and maybe play bishop d4 and let the a pawn fall and put a rook on b8 and just see if you can get enough pressure.
Trying to compensate the c square, c4 square by d4 square.
I can't say it feels like enough compensation. The b pawns aren't great. It's true, but there are other things about Black's position that aren't so great either. So it's very hard to imagine that Black is really going to equalize here. So this could be the slow positional crush that Keymer really wanted to avoid. But okay, White's got some useful moves here. Castles, probably knight c4, and knight d5 if you get a chance as well. And once you get that, then yeah, I'll be pretty happy with White. Maybe you put a rook on the d file as well. So lots of easy moves for White. I'm not so sure Black's got easy moves here. So what do you reckon Adam's chances for winning this are?
Yeah, I would say that his chances are rather high because the position is quite technique, I would say. And Adams has a very big experience behind him. So yeah, I would say pretty high chances. Yeah. Also, Black needs to castle at some point, and when he's going to do that.
And when you do 95, might threaten 97 sometime too. I don't recall seeing Keymer defending that often. He seems to have a pretty good opening repertoire. So he's lost a few very quick games that I recall when the openings didn't go so well, but I don't recall too many games where he just defended and defended. So it'll be interesting to see if he can survive here, because it's not going to be fun.
Absolutely. I guess there is one more game that we haven't seen together.
Mm-hmm.
The Wojciech game. Maybe we could switch to this one.
Yes, I did. So we left this after h5, and I was expecting g3, and instead h4 was played, which is interesting, I must admit. But okay, so not exactly sure what it does. Castles looks good. f3. Okay, if you have to play that and black's queen can stay on e5, you haven't got much. King b8. Yeah, well, he was going to do that anyway, and knight d5. So if you take, white will take with the pawn, I guess, and try to hit the e7 pawn. But if you don't take, what's the problem?
If you do not take on d5, then probably white stands for a long time with such a great outpost.
Yeah, but if it gets too annoying, I guess we'll take it. I'm not sure what black's plan is here, though. And by the way, it's not a permanent outpost because we can go e6 if we want to.
Yes, you can go, but sometimes it's a kind of provocating to play e6 in order to weaken the d6 pawn and then be able to have another plan, which would be attack this one pawn.
Well, my plan would be e6, knight somewhere, d5.
And what if I play c4 really fast? Then how would you do that?
Okay, well, it's my move, so let's try e6.
Okay,
but you've got knight b. Yeah, you've got knight b4 if you want.
Of course, yeah, that is an option.
Yeah. And then you can sometimes come to d3, and then my queen is probably not safe on g3 because of rook h3. I'll have to go somewhere. Queen d4 maybe, but yeah, that could leave the g5 pawn a bit weak. So knight b4 is annoying. I doubt that I can play d5 here, though I wouldn't mind doing it, but knight c6 feels like it should be a bit better for, maybe a lot better for white.
Knight c6 and queen b4 is coming.
Yeah.
Rook d3, even somewhere queen e7 if I want to.
Yeah, I might even take on g5 first just to tie your rook down to the h5 pawn as well. So that probably also works okay. But yes, it's not knocking it back to b4 doesn't seem like such a sensible idea. So he's got to find a good move.
Could g4 at some point be a plan for black?
It could be, because right at the moment we can't go f4. My problem with g4 here is a move like rook e1, because then f4 really will come.
Yes, that's true.
And sure, I'd like to go queen g3 and start taking things, but if e7 falls, I'm not happy with my position. And I just don't have time for queen g3 and protecting the pawn on e7. So I don't trust g4, but I don't know what else I should be doing. Rook c8. Then if you play e6, knight e7 is going to be annoying. Maybe it's not decisive or anything, but yeah, with the d pawn not protected, e6 goes out of the window. So yeah, if all these counterplay ideas, like if I put a rook on the g file and try to take on h4, there'll always be f4. Oh, no, there won't. It'll only be if the e4 pawn is protected. So maybe rook dg8. And I'm still not sure what I'm threatening. It might be some bishop takes d5 idea before too long. And is my e7 pawn that bad? I mean, if I take on d5 and play... well, actually, I don't have an easy move after that. So yeah, so I don't want to take it. I want to keep it in reserve. Yeah, so a little bit better for white, maybe?
Yes, I would agree on that.
Yeah, handy pressure, and it's just easier to play white, I think. White's just putting pieces on natural squares, and black has to make big committal decisions. One thing that Wojciech has in his favor is he was massively behind on the clock out of the opening, but now he's only 8 minutes behind. Well, a bit more now that he's been thinking. So, but certainly Anton has started consuming quite a bit of time.
So does it mean that you kind of, does it mean that you kind of changed your mind on this position since the first moment you saw F3 move?
Oh, yeah. I change my mind very regularly. Every time someone plays a good move, I think, what a good move. And I change my opinion on the assessment. And then there's a good reply, and I think, no, it's equal again, or something like that. So actually, Wojciech has played your move, G4.
Wow.
So
I'm
there
flattered.
you go. So he will definitely go rook HE1, I think. And he'll take and take. And now what do we do? Because F4, it actually doesn't trap the queen because it can go back to E6. Looks stupid, but it's possible. But I'm still not exactly sure where we're going to go. We could take the G file. So if F4 isn't a big threat because of Queen E6, and I'm not sure about that, but it's possible, then Black can use that to activate a rook. I mean, you've got the C file or the G file. And the C file doesn't seem you're doing much, so the G file looks like the go. So there you go. Might have changed my mind again.
Indeed.
No, the most famous player for changing his mind regularly was Vladimir Hort. There was a TV series called The Master Game, and he was famous for, oh no, I've missed that, or I think I'm winning now. And then suddenly after they make a move, no, I'm losing now. And the game would go back and forth like that. And then he'd say, oh, I'm not losing. I found this move. And then it was fantastic to watch him sort of, every move was either victory or disaster. And he was, well, the most popular character on Master Game. I think he got invited back many, many times. Yeah, Hort was the big character. And I must admit, I'm a little bit like that. I'm easily impressed. So impressed by the last move I've seen,
well,
especially if good players are playing it.
At least you take the example of people who succeeded in their role. So that's a good thing.
Yes, I hope it's a good thing. Yes. So, we have had a move from Noel Studer, by the way, and it was F4. So he is happy with Bishop C8, and he's prepared to play Knight D6. So take, Rook D8. We saw this before, and yeah, then you can choose between the pawn sacrifice G3 or taking the bishop and playing G3. Sorry, the extra pawn sacrifice G3 because you're one down at the moment. So I guess he's going to play bishop C8 because the alternative is what? Hard to see, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. It's not so easy to find to come up with the move fast.
Because Knight D6 is coming anyway, and you may as well. Oh, I guess you could move your rook away from E8, so that when Knight D6 happens, you could play like your line with Queen takes Queen and Knight takes F4. But even that was getting into trouble in some lines.
So could be a kind of a prophylactics.
Yeah. So, okay. What's his clock like at the moment? Ooh, only 20 minutes left for Studer. This is where he got in trouble against Knightage yesterday. 1 hour left for Edouard. And yesterday, if he'd had enough time at the critical moment, he probably would have been fine. But he just got a bit too short of time for a really complicated position. And this is certainly not a simple position.
Although I think yesterday it was even more in Studer's favor because they both were kind of down
short of
low
time.
On time. Yeah, short of time. And also in the opening, his opponent Knightage was thinking for too long. And here we have a clear, very big time advantage for Romain.
Yes, and Well, he can sit down and simply calculate bishop c8. So let's say bishop c8, knight d6. I think we've looked at this before, but anyway, knight d6, queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, rook d8. And we have to decide what to do here with white. If you play f5, we simply, do we take on e5? Yes. And if knight c8, we take on g4 as well. I think. I don't know. Let's have a look. f5. Knight takes. Knight takes. Knight takes. You've got to keep attacking stuff. So rook g3. And that knight is completely trapped. No, it's not. It's got e7. So let's do it this way. f6.
Knight e7, probably rook e8.
Oh, that's true also. Anyway, f6
try.
is just, f6 is winning. Because the best you can do is give up the knight for a pawn, and black will be a pawn up with a monster knight on e5. So, okay, this line does not work, and that is not good news for Studer. If he can't go f5, well, I don't know, taking on c8 just seems to be making black's life way too easy. That is a good pass d, well, will be a good pass d pawn one day. It's just at the moment the knight on g6 is poorly placed. So let's see, knight takes. I probably want to take back this way to keep my d pawn protected, so let's go f5. Knight f4, rook f3. So that knight's adventure on f4 doesn't seem to have worked out too well. So knight e7, and perhaps e6 is going to be enough. f6 I don't believe in, and if you take, I want to take with the rook and just stay active, maybe even f6. So he's probably got enough to draw here. The other thing, though, from black's point of view, he's got lots of extra time. He knows that bishop c8 is the move that Noel has been analysing a lot, so he doesn't want to do that too readily, because if he can find a move his opponent hasn't expected, which is just as good, then he may have more chances to get his opponent to use a lot of time. So d4 perhaps looks a bit crazy. d4, rook d3, bishop e4. Okay, tricky stuff. Oh no, there's no bishop e4. We've got two rooks on the e file. So d4, rook d3. No, that looks like you've just activated white's bishop for nothing. So I can't see a tricky move here. And of course, knight d6 is going to be a threat sooner or later. So I doubt that Studer's actually better here, but the ending is not that bad for white at all, I think.
Yes, I would agree with you on this.
Yeah, it'd be very nice if Noel got into the tournament, because he was so unlucky in the rapid tournament. Okay, instead of bishop c5 in the Harikrishna game against Knightich, instead of doing that, he put his bishop on e7, and after rook e3, bishop h4, and bishop f6. Why he? Oh, okay. He knocked the. Well, actually, I don't understand why he threw bishop h4 in, but bishop f6. Okay, so if bishop takes, pawn takes, he's got a g file. Better than nothing.
Ian, I might probably leave you for a while because we are about to have an interview with one of the top seeds of the Corona Open tournament.
Excellent. Will you be able to broadcast it?
I'm not sure because we might not have found the issue of the sound problem of previous.
Right. But you can record it, yeah?
So
and
we
show it
will
later.
be having an offline interview that will be later on uploaded on our YouTube channel of Biel Chess Festival, and also will be put on pause during the transitions. Okay,
sounds good. So, right. So thank you very much, Dina. And well, I still don't trust Mr. Harikrishna's position after bishop f6, but because, for example, does he really improve his position a lot if he swaps bishops on d4? Maybe a little bit, but I'm not so convinced. So e5 looks nasty. e5, get the bishop to go back, go g4, just attack. So looks pretty good. So so with Dina leaving us, I might just take a short break, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. 4 very interesting games. So look forward to seeing you then. Welcome back. And we have 4 very interesting games today in the Biel Chess Festival. You're watching the second round of the first major international face-to-face tournament since the COVID crisis hit. And we have 8 grandmasters in action from 7 different countries, and well, no, maybe even 8. And given that Arkady Nidich is now representing Azerbaijan. So the big game for the local fans has been the game of Noel Studer. And after thinking for quite a while, 10 minutes, Edward has played bishop c8, forcing the following sequence that we analysed earlier, and rook d8. And now Studer is having another think. So you'd like to go pawn to f5 here, but unfortunately it fails, as we saw before. f5, knight takes bishop, and pawn to f6. And black is clearly better here. So here, Studer is trying to work out how to play it. Well, he just doesn't play f5. That's all there is to it. And he's certainly got a reasonable position. Well, he's still a pawn down. I'd like to just go g3 and give it a second pawn and allow bishop takes g4 and just take on d5. And although we're a pawn down, the white pieces do look pretty good. Black's probably a little bit better, but I'm not too worried about it. Apart from that, yeah, I can't see too much as an alternative. Oh, except you could, of course, take on c8 and just protect your f4 pawn, and that may be okay too. That, but it's still not white playing for the win. You're still a pawn down. You sacrificed it ages ago, and it's not simple to get it back. The bishop on b3 will be pretty good, but no guarantees once you've swapped off your knight on d6. So yeah, Edward seems to be just that bit better, and in fact, the knight did take on c8. So this is the plan. The rook will take back. Hard to know which rook. If you take with the d rook, you can swap a pair of rooks off later, but your d5 pawn's a bit weaker. If you take with the c rook, then, well, taking with the c rook actually looks better. It simply looks better. And whether this is really anything special for black, we'll find out in the next few moves. Studer down, however, to 15 minutes on the clock. Mind you, he's already up to move 30, so I'm not too worried about his time trouble. All the action here, by the way, is taking place at the Biel Congress House, the big convention center and concert hall in Biel, which is a town of only about 55,000 people, and it is certainly the traditional home of the Biel Chess Festival for the last half century. So let us go to another game that's getting interesting, Wojciech, because Wojciech looked like he was getting into trouble in this position, but he did realize that f4 wasn't a killer and just played rook g8. So then b3 played, which is a bit of a nothing move. And after that, well, black can do almost anything he wants, really, can't he? And invading with the rook looks very sensible. And you've only got one square to invade on, I guess, g3. Though you could throw the rook to c8. It's just that I hate the idea of a knight e7. I think putting the rook on c8 is setting myself up for trouble. So I'm not terribly impressed by that. So here, well, it's Wojciech's move. He is actually more or less equal on the clock, and he's probably okay, as long as f4 isn't anything special. And the fact that white just played b3 makes me think that f4 is not really a worry after queen e6. And that could be the case, in which case Wojciech's position has a little bit of potential. But if he can dominate the G file. Not that he's doing anything special here, but you never know. I'm not sure what white's doing with b3, but it's just a good healthy move. a4 might be a useful move as well. In a lot of major piece endings, the perfect pawn structure is to have pawns on a4, b3, and c2, or h4, g3, f2 if it's a major piece ending where your king's on the king side. So it's probably about equal, put it that way. And let's see, has he actually made a move here? Rook g3 played, okay. That more or less provokes white into playing f4. But then your rook may find a happy square on g4. So after f4, we go queen e6, and we just keep you under control quite well. So of all the games, this is probably the one with the least action going on. Let's have a look at Adam's Keymer, because Keymer has got certainly a weak a pawn. So both sides castled eventually, and white could steal that pawn on a5, which he does, and now it's just a pawn up, but with some rather weak b pawns for white. So rook b8. In some lines of the Sveshnikov or Pelican opening, white actually gets this sort of position with one b pawn on about b5, and it turns out to be much better than the d pawn. But the pawn isn't getting to b5 very easily. So rook a6 played. Obviously d6 is a bit of a worry. Rook b6. And now is b4 a move? Because if it is, I want to play it. It would be very nice to, as a little tactical trick, to be able to play b4. So if rook takes rook, b5, and we get a passed a pawn, and that is what I would really like. My only, well, is there a problem with b4? Looks okay, actually. Sure, I can take b5, put my queen on the b file. So if I play b4 here, rook takes b5, queen somewhere, pawn takes, queen takes, does get my pawn back. Oh, sorry, oh no, it doesn't. The queen, sorry, b2 is protected. This is all rubbish. So b4, it looks really good, I must admit. So I will definitely go for something like that. He didn't. He just doubled on the a file. Really? Okay. So doubles on the a file, so he's getting a few pieces off. And if black could double as well, but you're going to have to worry about some back rank mates in some positions. And Keymer is suffering here. I have no doubt Keymer is suffering. It's not easy at all to play this. If you go queen b7, we might swap, or we might go rook a7. They both look a bit dodgy. If you play doubling rooks on the b file, we'll swap once, I guess. Then perhaps queen c4 could easily turn out to be very good for white. No, there are problems here for Keymer. So the tournament leader is in trouble against Michael Adams, almost for sure. We've had one more move from Studer. So before we have a look at the Harikrishna game, we will check out Studer, and he has gone for f5, which is definitely hyper aggressive. So the knight immediately went back to e7. So knightage with a time advantage is not mucking about here. Knight e7, he's protected his pawn on d5. And here, well, my original idea was e6. Pawn takes, rook takes, looks okay. f6 looks like it's going to be very difficult to make anything of. So I don't mind playing e6. If the black knight turned up on e5, I'd be nervous, but I'm hoping that won't happen. And if you don't play e6, the question is, what else can you do? Yeah, I don't want to bring my king out too early. I suppose I could switch to the d file, though it's fairly easy to play rook c5 and hang on to those pawns. So Studer is just a little bit worse in this ending, and with potential to be a lot worse. The pawns on the king side are great. It's maintaining them that's the problem, and avoiding a situation where black can just swap a pair of rooks off, bring the king round to f8, and bit by bit just build on his extra pawn. White will need to try to win that d5 pawn reasonably soon. So yeah, the Harikrishna game against Nidich. So we left it with h5 played, bishop e7 and bishop f6. So the rook went to g3 again. So there's no bishop h4 anymore because rook takes g7. So takes, knight back, and rook a4. Bit by bit, black's position is looking more and more ugly. We can play a5 here if we want. It allows the white knight into b5 and then d6, which I don't think is going to be enjoyed very much by black. But I also don't want to play knight b8 here. Moves like rook b4 could be very annoying then. So yeah, this is just extremely passive for Harikrishna. Doesn't mean necessarily losing, but it's not great at all. So king e7 just played. So is that a free pawn on a6? There's no pin. Take. A great b pawn, though it'll be a while before it moves. So all in all, that is looking pretty good. So yeah, so he's taken the pawn, and why not? Take. So what has black got for a pawn? Looks like absolutely nothing. In fact, if you let white consolidate, you're really just lost. So, but Harikrishna is playing very fast here. He doesn't have to, but he's played g6 now, so he's trying to break out. We take it. I guess you take with the rook, and then the rooks have to come off, and then we we swap, and then maybe try for a g5 move. Maybe black can exploit the fact that the white rook is offside on a6, but it's hard to believe. I'm really not sure about it at all. Still, he's actually setting some problems for Nidich. I don't believe Nidich will go rook h3, because after pawn takes pawn, rook takes, there's counterplay for unnecessary counterplay that black's got, and the c2 pawn's actually quite weak. So there'd be knight b4 attacking the rook and threatening c2, and there'd be no advantage at all. So Nidich should just take on g6. If Harikrishna saves that, it'll be quite an impressive effort, because this hasn't been fun for him at all. But he's alive. He's only got a few more moves to be alive, because, as I said, if white just consolidates, gets his rook back, that's not easy to get back, to be honest, because even going rook a4, rook c4 is not so clear. So, yeah, maybe he's doing the right thing, opening up the king side, and perhaps that grabbing the a pawn was too early. It's hard to believe. So, yeah, really not sure about that. So let's just move now to Adams, who is trying to grind down Vincent Keymer. Queen b7 was played, takes, and now it's up to Adams to find a way to put the pressure on. You can't play queen b5 immediately because we swap and we take on e4. So it looks more like a queen c4 move around here, or just rook a3, and then do a couple of little things like h3, before you actually try to improve your position anymore. Yeah, so it's yeah, it's a small but significant advantage for white. Well, it is an extra pawn, and yeah, maybe, I mean, queen c4 is active. If I play rook a3, maybe rook c8 is possible. It's definitely, yeah, I'm not sure I want to use my rook like that. If I play queen c4, I might have rook a6 sometime. But my problem with queen c4 could be knight g4. And then suddenly I have to worry about my f2 pawn. And the only way to guard the pawn and stop knight g4 is something passive like queen d1, which I really don't want to play. If you just want an extra pawn, maybe rook a6. Queen takes pawn, rook takes pawn, pull it back to d2, but it'll be really hard to win. So that's also not so inspiring. Yeah, it's tough defending this sort of thing against Adams. Yeah, Adams has just got phenomenal experience. Yeah, he was very good, very young. Well, yesterday Nightich was complaining that he'd played chess for 29 years and he'd never had 6 months off until now. And his first game after those 6 months was yesterday. Well, that pales in comparison to Adams' experience. Adams has played rook a6, by the way. So after rook a6, it'll be probably queen takes pawn, rook takes pawn, and we'll see how it goes from there. White will definitely want to get out of back rank mate sooner rather than later, and we'll see how this runs. But Keymer is just suffering. Yeah, Adams, well, just as a proof that he's played more than 29 years is the fact he's played 15 Olympiads, and they're every 2 years, and the last one was 2018. So he goes back a long, long way as a top player in England, and yeah, he's really dominated in England in the post-Nigel Short era. It finally being caught by some of the younger players, and yet he keeps bobbing up, and he's still over 2,700, which is pretty remarkable. So we have had a move from Studer, by the way, and it was simply king f2. Well, I wasn't keen on getting my king out this early, but maybe it's safe on the second rank because there's no rook c2 check. Even so, I'm not really convinced by this. If you have to play king f2, I'm not sure what is really happening. Okay, Wojciech, we've had a little bit of action. And we left it with black taking the g file and white playing b3. So rook g3, and instead of f4, rook e3. Now f4 will win a rook if white is not careful. Sorry, if black is not careful. So he doubled rooks. And then knight b4. Where's he going from there? Maybe d3. So well, we can allow knight c6, but I don't want to. So bishop d7 played, knight d3, and the queen's got to choose a square. If it goes to e6, I presume knight f4 forces you to go queen f7, which is not the world's greatest square. And even queen d5 could work out really well there. Something like that. Really, really well, perhaps. So let's see. Queen e6, knight here, queen f7, queen d5, hitting the queen, hitting the h-pawn. And if you swap, we take with a pawn. And this is just the sort of thing that I didn't want to happen with black because I don't want to lose e7. Now, maybe I can... No, I can't really defend e7 easily at all. And if I get e7, maybe you get f3, but I'll get h5. And I would expect white will finish a pawn up at the end. So this is not really what I want. And indeed, black did not go back to e6. He played queen d4. So now if knight f4, he can swap queens off, which looks absolutely satisfactory. Yeah, if you ever take on h5, we can go rook h3, and that should be fine. So there's no easy move here. And I would say Wojciech has no problems at all in this position. If c3 sending it away, it'll happily sit on b6. Then no real worries there. Maybe one day, knight f4, knight d5, but it still doesn't feel dangerous. So I'd say Wojciech has equalized. They both have half an hour left, so it should be a satisfactory position for the top seed or equal top seed, Radoslav Wojtaszek, against the Spaniard who's really struggling in this tournament. Our tournament leader, as we mentioned, is in trouble. He decided to save his d6 pawn and not take the b pawn. Interesting call. I'm not so sure it's so great. Again, there could be a queen c4 here. And if rook c8, I can go rook c6, and that looks pretty good. Again, the back rank mate problems mean that black can't escape very easily. And what else can I do? Well, since black isn't going to take on b3, use the extra tempo for h3. Maybe or g3, but I like h3, keeping the knight under control. So all that looks just really tough for Keymer. Okay, Knight and Harikrishna is suddenly livened up. So as expected, everything got swapped off on g6, and Knight is really thinking here, because how does he stop the kingside opening up? Rook g8 and g5, or rook f8 and g5? Now, maybe he could put a rook on a4 and then play e5 in a good moment. That's not impossible. So that, yeah, rook a4 looks logical. And yeah, if rook f8, just play e5, and then if g5, play g3. Although even that leaves a knight ending where black's got this wonderful outside h-pawn. So rook a4, rook f8, e5, g5, g3, takes. If you take with a rook, we take the pawn on e5, so you take with a pawn, and then we go for h5. And that pawn should be enough to guarantee black enough counterplay. It does look pretty good. So instead, white played, he played something really unexpected. Instead of rook a4, he just played king c1. The king is super slow at getting back, though. So I'm not convinced by this at all. So are we going to go rook g8, or are we going to go g5 straight off? Rook g8, king up, g5, you've got to go g3, and we take and give you a check, and everything's good. So I think Harikrishna's got enough compensation here, and is close to a draw. And talking of close to a draw, David Anton against Radoslav Wojtaszek played knight f4, and he is simply going for an exchange, which looks like it's going to be just straight equal. Take, h5 hangs, but h4 will go. Maybe you could argue black's even got, black's got nothing to do. The knight will get back to d5 at some point, and the odds of a drawn rook ending are really quite strong. The other possibility here is queen e5, but then there's queen d5 again. Not as strong as in the other line, but it's still not bad. So all in all, this should be a draw. They're only at move 28, and they do have to make 40 moves before a draw can be agreed. The Keymer, well, both sides are getting out of back rank mate. One played g3, the other played h5. In some unreal world, the black's queen might turn up on h3 and the h-pawn might be useful, or maybe black will throw h4 and h3 in just to generate some counterplay at some point. But Adams, very practical, very fast. Use the general principle. If your opponent plays h5, you just go h4 automatically and don't spend ages thinking about it. And that's what he did. It's true he's giving away the g4 square to the black knight, but he reckons that knight's not going to do too much damage. And when it goes there, the white knight can go to d5, which might do much more damage. So clearly better for white here. And Keymer just has to defend and defend and defend and see what happens. So the only other one we haven't looked at recently is Studer against Edouard, and that is certainly a difficult defensive job for white. If we go back just a little, After king f2, b5, he went rook d3 because at least he wants to get a pawn back if he can, before black plays a5 and a4. But even if you take on d5 now and we swap and go rook c2 check, that could work out pretty well as well. So all up, it's quite unpromising for white. Not lost, but unless there's an f6 move coming up. Now that would be unexpected, but possible. So after f6, I guess black would take and go knight g8 and win the f pawn for the, f pawn for the d pawn. The g4 pawn would be weak. Black would be clearly better again. So yeah, it's simply not easy to play white. So black should just play rook d8 or something, or rook c5. Just get that pawn a bit of extra protection, and yeah, I would guess that black is much better. Yeah. So have we had any action at all? Not really. So I should just remind you that right now Vincent Keymer is leading the tournament with a strange 14 points, and it's with 12 points, and it's 11 and a half. Oh, sorry, 14 points, and it's 13 and a half for Radoslav Wojtaszek. So he's just half a point behind. Harikrishna further back. Naiditsch, who looks like he's doing quite well, and also Michael Adams are sitting just behind in 4th and 5th place. So they are, well, if they win, they get 4 points, and suddenly they're up near the leaders. And especially Arkady Naiditsch would clearly overtake Pentala Harikrishna if he could win this particular position. And Harikrishna is having a big think now. He's got plenty of time. He's got half an hour left to his opponent's 16, 17 minutes. So all in all, it's it's good chances for Naiditsch, but if Harikrishna gets his counterattack right, you would expect him to do well. By the way, he can't play e5 based moves because he'd just be allowing a knight into d5. It mightn't kill him, but why let that knight on c3 help out? So, right, we've had a surprising move from Keymer, I must admit, and it's queen b4, which is a square he could have gone to before. So I don't know why it's different with the pawns on h4. So it's yeah, it's weird. I mean, rook a4, you take on b3, and yeah, it's okay. But we do have queen c2 if we need. Yeah, and queen c4. So why not queen c4? Isn't that what we've been trying for so long? And take. Now, is there some rook c8 followed by rook b8, or rook b8 followed by rook b8? Oh, there's always knight b. Oh no, knight b5 allows knight takes e4. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be rather hard to win. So let's have a look. Queen c4. So let's see. Queen c4. Well, if you don't take it, there's no point to queen b4. Unless, rook b8 might be possible, but okay, rook b8 is what I want to play. Take. And here, with rook c2 getting ready, I can't just push my pawn. Okay, so yeah, it's getting, well, it's still hard, but it's certainly getting almost drawable for Adams. So right now we've got something a little unusual. It's a video for you. apparently it is a wrapper, and he has been favorably compared to Vanilla Ice apparently. And let's see, and his rap name is Magnosaurus, and let's watch him in action.
My name is Magnus, coming straight out of Tons, but like a fjord. Some say the best to jest on a chessboard. Me and my boys with my silicone toys make Alpha O look like an N64. Twice I beat up Vichy, his game was washy-wishy. Now he's plugging phones and it all seems fishy. I finished off Sergey, lured him into quick play. He couldn't defend the onslaught of a Stingray. Next was Fabi, the boy from Italy. Bought and sold like currency, now it's US property. But I'm gonna give it to ya with no trivia. Fab will make chess great again, that's just hysteria. We saw it in the first game, he's one shot at world fame. No one but himself to blame, man, such a damn shame. He was nervous, palms were sweaty, pieces felt heavy, he just wasn't ready. I'll be in the limelight, not because I flow light. Magnus play and Magnus win, or because my game's tight. So while I'm out cruising, they're rolling for a bruising. Get used to this feeling of all you're losing. You're a weak competition, your game is rotten. You might be news today, but tomorrow you're forgotten. My name is Magnus, coming straight out of Tons, but like a fjord. Some say the best to jest on a chess.
So all I can say to that is, Alexander Grishuk, eat your heart out. And we'll move on with the games, and we'll go back to the Anton Wojtaszek game, because a few little things have happened, and it looks like Wojtaszek is now trying to play very quietly, but for advantage, and we'll see how he goes there. So well, if we bring it back, it was queen swap and takes back, rook check, and rook h1. So knight takes pawn, rook takes pawn, and that actually wins the knight. So what is white going to do about this? Knight g2 looks pretty ugly, very, very ugly, to be honest. And well, what else is there? Let's see. I can't see a move here. Maybe knight d5, but then rook g7, and you've still got to save your h4 pawn. That's not so simple. Not simple at all. So Wojtaszek may be getting on top here, and we'll come back to that. They're time trouble, not really. Both of them are okay. Let's see how Studer's going in his game, because he is down to just 2 minutes, which is really going to be very difficult. With serious problems coming up, and well, I'm not optimistic about this. So Knightage has just made sure he protects everything. Sure, White's king can move up, but it's not safe on d4, even if it gets there. So the real question is, can you draw a position along the lines of f6 here? Take, and then try to swap, after knight g8, try to swap everything off. Oh, he has played f6, okay. So take, and I think the king on f2 won't turn out too well here either. So we take everything off, and bishop takes d5, knight f6, bishop f7. That's, whoa, this is worse than I thought, because if you now play rook takes pawn, and let's see, rook takes, you probably take with the D rook, I think. And now if you take with the rook, takes, and king G6, which I hadn't seen before. And that is beginning to look ugly. Can white's king race over to the queen side? Maybe. So king E3. Let's see, it could be very quick, but well, so knight takes, bishop back, king up, king D4, knight takes pawn, and we just ignore everything, king here. And yeah, there's some drawing chances here probably. If black could swap off all the queenside pawns, he'd be winning on the king side, but it's not so simple to get the A pawn while white is getting all those other pawns. So this line at least offers a little bit of hope. So knight G8 played, and now Studer is thinking which piece will take on D5. If he takes with the bishop, unfortunately, knight takes F6 is a good move, because just when you want to go bishop E4 check, the knight will take with check. Knight take on E4 with check, and so everything stops for check. You have no time for rook takes D8. So he did play rook takes D5, and now well, he's got 1 minute left, only 3 moves to go for the time control, but certainly it's all the chances are here with black. That bishop ending is perhaps the nearest thing I've got to a tenable endgame, so it could work out okay. We have had quite a few moves in the Adams Keymer game, so we left it with queen c4, rook b8, and now rook a8. So he's getting a queen and knight ending, rook takes. This should be relatively trivial. The only thing you have to worry about is knight g4 and queen b6. So let's see, he hasn't played b4 yet, but that will be what he wants to do, b4, b5, queen c6, that sort of thing. The black will try to play queen a7 perhaps, and knight g4 and hope to generate some counterplay with queen a1. You wouldn't think it was working, but it's hard to say. So though there's a few time scrambles, let's go back to Studer because he has made it to move 40 now. So the rooks came off the board. Takes, knight f6, and here, oh, not king g6, knight f6, okay. Bishop takes f7, so an extra pair of pawns have left the board. King, knight at g4 is check, and he will presumably just play king e2. Now, can we get over to those pawns? Because you can't play king f3 here because of knight e5. Well, it's getting closer to a draw, much closer to a draw after king e2. Our bishop will probably want to head back to f3, which seems to be a good square, and the white king will race towards the queen side and see what happens there. So Studer is, yeah, I reckon there's as many chances to draw for Studer as there are for him to lose. There's just not a lot of pawns left, and it shouldn't be too hard. Black's king really has to hurry across to the queen side, but I don't think it's going to make it on time. So for example, after king e2, king g7, we pick up a whole tempo by playing bishop e8. Whether you play b4, or, well, b4 looks horrible because of king here, and we're going to get rid of those pawns. And even if you pick up the g pawn, I don't think you're going to be winning this. So this looks absolutely fine. You've got king f8 as a in-between move, but bishop h5 is another tempo. No, I think Noel Studer is close to drawing here. Still hard work, but it's getting closer and closer. Okay, Harikrishna, we haven't seen him for a while. They're both running a little short of time. They haven't made that many moves. We left it after king c1. So rook f8, knight e2, not g3 because of g5, I guess. And now e5, which is the move I didn't want to play before. g3 and pawn takes. Ooh. You're really going to allow knight takes? king f7. He doesn't even go to f6. So the plan is presumably to play rook e8 at some point, but there is a rook a4 move. So I'm not sure that this is a great idea by black at all. There is a suggestion here of h5 in order to play h4. And that does make a lot of sense because white's rook is still a bit out of play. I guess we could play rook a3, but doesn't solve all the problems. So as it went, king f7, yeah, big advantage for white, but still not over. With you could bring the king in to stop rook e8, but black's also thinking, I'll just go g5, h5, h4, make a passed pawn, and hope that white's pawns don't move fast enough. And there is something to be said for that. Well, the next 10 moves are going to be crucial. A bit of short of time, not seriously, but you're going to have to be very accurate here. And also white has to rescue that rook from a6 and bring it somewhere relevant. So let's see, Keymer down to just 7 minutes. Well, Adams has done exactly as he wants. b4, now queen a7. Now you don't really want to play knight d1 too early, but you will be able to play it sometime. So you can play king g2 to start with here so that queen a1 is not check. And then if knight g4, choose between queen e2 or knight d1, both of which look okay. There's also queen c8 checks, but they don't seem to do much. Keymer is trying, he's fighting really hard here, but I think after king g2, there's not too much to do. It's really very ugly. And white can at some point put a knight on d5 and then with the queen on e2, say, and play b5 and b6. And at some point, black will realize that he's not really getting any counterplay at all. So this is definitely, yeah, winning, completely winning for Adams. I don't think we need to stay with this too long. So Anton and Wojciech, we left it after the queen swap with black going for this pawn, and just a reminder, knight takes pawn, rook takes h4, and rook d5 doesn't look like it'll hang together. So yeah, then the knight is more or less trapped. So knight d5 played, rook g7, and now rook back. That makes sense. Rook takes rook g2, trying to decoy the rook away from protection of the pawn on e7, but also there's a rook g8 check if you try to play rook f7. And then the bishop on c8 is badly exposed. So takes, and probably white is okay again here. Bishop e6 played. Funny old move. But I guess rook g8 was coming. But hang on. Oh, that stops rook g8. Yeah, so knight takes e7, I suppose. And well, everyone's got weak pawns, but I like that h-pawn. Right now, material is equal. I want to move my rook and go h4, h3. And where do I want to move it? Either h1 or f4. If I go f4, you might go rook h2 and answer h4 with knight g6. That is a bit sad, unfortunately. If you go rook h1, I might actually go rook g6 and just try and take stuff. And that could be quite good as well. So I think Anton's just okay here. Yeah, rook f4, rook h2, h4, knight g6, rook takes pawn, looks just like it's going to end in a draw. Black at some point will play f5 and swap off a pawn. He'll be slightly worse with a slightly worse pawn structure, but that's basically a draw. So I don't think there's a problem there. And Studer, I'm hoping it's working. Okay, king g7 was played here. Bishop e8, a6, not b4, because I guess he doesn't want the white king getting there so quickly. Now, something like a4 might be good. I don't really want to allow b4, but I could play a5 after that. So actually, if king d3, no, I want those pawns to move forward. I want to start with bishop c6 and then go bishop b7, and eventually my king will go to d3 and c4 and just take stuff. I don't think black's king is fast enough, but let's see. Bishop here, king f6, bishop here, a5. Okay, I don't really want to go bishop c6 because later I can't go king d3. And if I go king d3, you go king e5. Or do you? If king e5, then I get bishop c6 and king c4. So you can't go king e5. And that means next move I can go king d4. Is that really going to be a draw? I don't know. So king e6, I might yet go bishop a6 and king c4. If that's working. Because king here, king d6, you've hung on to your queenside pawns, and that would be a hard one to, yeah, so king, oh no, bishop chx, sorry, you can't get your king close enough. So king d4 is no good. Sorry, what am I talking about? King e6 is no good. King e5, bishop c6 is good. Bishop here. And so unless you've got something really weird like king e7 here, then I can't see you making a lot of progress. King e7, it's an idea to answer king d4 with king d6. And now if I go bishop a6, then when I go king c4, you're going to have knight check on e3. But even this might be okay. So let's have a look. Bishop here, pawn up, king c4, check, king here. Maybe, no, nothing's working. King d6, king c5 is okay, but we'll just guard the g-pawn, and knight takes, king takes, and that will end as a draw. So it's super close to a draw here after a6. Okay, instead of bishop c6, white played king d3 immediately. Okay, so if king f8, maybe bishop h5 is going to work. It is going to work. And otherwise we have king d4, king c5. So still working okay. In fact, you don't even need to go via d4. You could also go via c3. And that would give you more options of an a4 move if you ever needed it. So Studer is super close to getting a draw against Edouard, and that will be a very good result for the local player. So it may be a round with no decisive results. Nidich has got the best chances against Harikrishna. Still no move from Nidich. How long has he been spending on this one? After king f7, it's quite remarkable. 9 minutes, and he started with 14. So it's almost as if he's using the time travel excuse to get out of playing for a win. It's quite a common idea to sort of run yourself very short of time and then say, oh, I had to take a draw because of time trouble. But here it doesn't really work if you can't agree a draw before move 40, because that is the second time control. So yeah, I don't know what Nidich is thinking about. Yeah, you just play king d2, and if you're not winning, well, that's a pity. But I just don't believe g5 and h5 is that scary that you have to worry about it that much. It'll be an h-pawn. Your king will be reasonably close. Your rook will come back to a1 and stop it. And you will have an extra pawn. Maybe black can draw it, but make his life as hard as possible. However, b4 was played. And that is swapping some more pawns off for sure. So let's see. Knight takes, rook takes, rook c8. And with all those pawns disappearing, you'd think Harikrishna will draw this. So it's yeah, well, it's a pawn, and Harikrishna is not that short a time. It's 5 minutes against 18 now, And that, yeah, that is a way of liquidating to a draw. But it's, and you might be a nominal pawn up, but you can't really leave it alone anyway. If white gets b5, knight d5, b6, then you will have problems very, very quickly. So that is a pawn to be taken, and I don't think Harikrishna will be thinking too long about grabbing that pawn. So the equal top seed, Pentala Harikrishna from India, it looks like he's going to hang on to a quite dodgy position. Well, he doesn't have a choice here at all. And yeah, if he goes g5, we can put a knight on d5 or on d3, and you're not losing that b4 pawn, and suddenly b5 threatening the h pawn might be good. So it's absolutely forced, but he hasn't done it yet. We have some more moves in the Studer game. So king d3, king f6 played, and well, it's all much the same, I reckon. Now, whether we go king d4 or king c3. No, if you start with king d4, maybe king e7 and king d6 works. So you should go king c3 here. And yeah, that will work. So, and if knight e3, I think I'll spend a move on bishop c6. But I still want to get my king to a5 as fast as I can. So, okay. We've had one more move in the Anton game against Radoslav Wojtaszek, but rook h2, this is petering out to a draw. Rook takes pawn will happen, I think, unless you think you can gain something by h4, knight g6, but it's hard to believe that really gains anything. It's not stupid, but yeah, actually, maybe h4 makes sense. So knight g6, rook takes. If knight takes, I've got rook f4, so rook takes, and then f5, and that's the move I want to play. And I can just liquidate here, and this is more or less what I wanted. I don't know whether I'll take with the rook or the bishop, but they both look absolutely playable. Probably bishop is more active, although then there's knight e7, which is just a bit of a pest. Still nothing special. 3 against 3, bishop against knight. Look, I can probably lose d6 and still hold this, although I must admit Boris Gelfand didn't quite manage to do it in a very key World Championship game, a rapid game against Vishwanathan Anand. But that was a rapid game, and this is a slowish time limit with a 45-minute increment. So bit by bit, it should be absolutely okay. Adams and Keymer, well, Keymer's making his big bid for counterplay with knight g4, and white will just go queen e2. And next move, knight d5, next move, b6, knock the queen off that diagonal, then you can use your own queen. That will be winning. So Adams, with the 4 points he's going to get in this game, will move up to 13.5, and that will be just behind Keymer now, and Wojtaszek will probably leapfrog both of them by going to 15 by drawing, but Adams is right in this tournament. Any win in the classical tournament is absolute gold, and Naidic had a chance to have a second one, and he didn't take it. Remembering that Naidic had started with 2 whites in a row, and Edouard has started with 2 blacks in a row. So Edouard would have hoped for a little bit more than a draw today, but he hasn't got it. So right now, with the time control almost reached, or some players not in time trouble at all, I think it's worth checking out what our new leader, Radoslav Wojtaszek, will be. Well, he will be the leader, I say, and he is simply a very strong player, former world number 16, and he's also another player who felt that his where he was born, in the very northwestern corner of Poland, in fact, not that far from places like Kaliningrad, he was handicapped. There was a local chess club, but it was not so easy to get from there to main population centres. But then again, he started so young at 3.5 that by the time he was a good player, there was well, he could develop a bit there, and then he could become a good player by travelling to both Germany, and he's right on the border with Germany, and to Germany and other places in Poland. His big win was winning Dortmund, a little bit like Neidic's big win. That was also winning Dortmund, but 12 years earlier. 2017 was the big year for Wojciech. It was after his period being a second for all those World Championship matches for Viswanathan Anand, the winning matches, but also the loss to Carlsen. And in 2017, there was Kramnik, there was Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, but he topped the field. And that was around the time he was at his absolute peak rating. 2 years earlier, he played exceptionally well in Vaikonce. That was when he got into the top 20, and that included a victory over Carlsen. But he's played 7 Olympiads for Poland. It's a lot. He's no longer holding down board 1, or he wouldn't be, with Duda becoming so good. And you knew he was good from winning the World Under-18 many years back, and he's just developed. But he is 33, and nowadays 33 is a relatively old age for a top player. You have a look at most of the very top guys; they're almost all sitting in their 20s. In fact, with Anand is an exception, of course, but even Carlsen is getting towards his late 20s. But someone like Aronian, who's been up for the top for so long, in his mid-30s, is sort of fading a little bit, it seems. Now, maybe I'm writing him off too early. Certainly, players like Anand have shown that you can keep playing at a very high level for a long time, as has Ivanchuk, for example. But they're basically not playing as well as they were at their peak when they hit their mid-30s or even a little bit later. And I think that's the key point, that if you want to become world champion, it's going to be when you're playing at your peak. You'd hope so. And it may not apply to defending your title all the time, as Botvinnik and Carlsen has shown, but it certainly, to take the title off the champion, generally involves playing really, really well. So it's possibly a little bit late for Levon Aronian, who had so many chances. So Noel Studer looks like he's got the draw in hand after King C3. I think that that one is pretty well over. Neidic and is still a pawn up, but this looks like a dead draw. Even a move like Rook C4 by Harikrishna should be enough to. He's played it, Rook C4, and more pawns are going to come off the board, I think. In which case, there's nothing to fear here for Black. So this will be a draw, and the Michael Adams game is become just close to an easy win for White. Nothing doing here. Just well, you could probably be winning even without the B2 pawn. And Wojciech is, it looks like he's earning a fairly easy draw as well. So only one decisive result, I would say. And Dina, who has been touring the halls and chatting to people, I think she's joining me now, is she?
Yes, I am. Hello again, Yin.
Hi.
Yes, we have had a couple of interviews here and there around, and we also went outside with our operator asking people if they knew what was happening here. Most of them, unfortunately, did not, but some of them were aware of the 53rd Biel Chess Festival 2020. We also asked them if they were able to name at least one chess player. That was a tough question, but some of them did succeed. Yes, Studer. Studer was the answer.
Right, yes. Well, he is the local boy, not from Biel, but from nearby.
How did the things continue while I was away?
Well, Adams is consolidated. Nothing really changed very much, except the people who were struggling a little bit all managed to hang on. So it's going to be 3 draws and 1 win. Nigel is still trying, but it'll be a draw. And Studer has a fairly comfortable draw now. And I think Anton may 1 or 2 more moves, and Anton and Wojciech are probably going to shake hands as well. So, so what were the interviewees saying? What was interesting that they were talking about?
They were mostly talking about that they did not. Those of them who were outside did not know about the tournaments going on, which is rather upset, but I'm pretty sure that is about to be changed. And we also had a Christian Bauer here for a short interview. Christian Bauer is the top seed of Open Corona tournament, which is a very
right. Is he winning the tournament?
For now, he's doing well, pretty well. He's satisfied with his results so far. So we asked him general questions, including how did he find the organization here so far, because it's true that the conditions are very special, and a lot of measures are being taken. There are measures that are new. I have to admit, at least 30% of participants are playing with the masks. Some of them have plastic masks in front of the eyes, others have their tissue masks. And yeah, there is, as we already know, there is 1.5 meter difference between every table. Yes, and there are also different entrances. So, for example, there is one entrance for coming to the playing hall and another entrance for quitting the playing hall. So there are a lot of measures taken. Yes, also players are not allowed to watch other games, like
you can't walk around, in other words.
Yes, I can walk around. Probably you can do it only in the way like when you enter and you quit if you want to take, yeah, but not for other games. For obvious reasons. And yes, players seem to be satisfied so far with the organization, and we were able to host 150 participants of Corona Amateur tournaments. Unfortunately, not all of them, managed to arrive. So we have around 130 participants so far, but still, I think it's a very, very great results, judging by the fact that it's the first big OTB tournament so far.
Yes, I was actually looking at some of the pictures, and I did notice that there were some players leaning over the board that seemed to be a little bit less than 1.5 meters apart from each other, mainly juniors, but it must be hard to keep the chess players from getting close to the chessboard.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is an indication. Now, of course, not so easy to control all of them so far. But yes, at least the measures are about to take place, and organizers as well as arbiters do their best to continue this this tendency.
And yeah, none of the Grandmaster players are wearing masks, though, are they?
No, but the Grandmasters have another approach so far. As you can see, by the way, here on the video picture, they are having the plastic border between each other, which separates them, and they only manage to, yeah, they managed to make the move like this, yeah,
yes.
Yeah, but they still, like, the moment they breathe normally, they do not breathe on each other. And
right. And they're not allowed to walk around as well? Is that true?
Normally they are not allowed to. Yeah, normally they aren't. As well as I can see by the picture, we already have one game that just finished.
Yes.
Which means that yeah, which means that I might have to leave you
and try for an interview. Yeah.
Yes, and try to invite them for an offline interview. Unfortunately, today only offline, but
that's a pity. Yes.
Yes, but it will be uploaded on our YouTube channel as well. So yeah, sorry for this short
No,
interaction.
this is absolutely fine. And yeah, it's the game between Anton and Wojciech, and Wojciech just had to find one final accurate move, b5, and then it was a draw. So I'm expecting the Studer game to end in a draw fairly soon as well, and also Knight-ish. So you might have 3 interviews in a row.
I would like to. So I say see you later, and good luck for
Absolutely.
upcoming games, commentating games.
Okay.
Yeah. See you.
Absolutely. See you. So we've got 1 draw and 2 almost inevitable. I think Knight-ish is probably going to repeat moves around here. It's 1 pawn against 1. It's hardly likely to be very exciting. This is Knight-ish Harikrishna. Oh, we've had a few moves since then. Black actually went and took the e-pawn. So it was king here, check, king here, rook takes pawn, check, king e8, rook check again, king f7. Oh no, sorry, my mistake. He's thinking around here. I think I don't think he's made the rook h8 check yet, but I think he's about to. So this one looks like it'll be drawn very, very soon. And Noel Studer is just taking those pawns. You just don't have time for anything. If you play knight c4, we can probably just play a4 if we want, and that looks good enough because the bishop on the bishop on f3 just about covers everything. So I don't see any hope here at all. In fact, it's that drawn that if knight d5 check, I wouldn't be surprised if I could take it and play king a5. I wouldn't absolutely guarantee that, but it takes black a while. Yeah, it takes black too long to get to the g2 pawn. So yeah, so even knight d5 check is going to end in a draw. So that one is down. And so it's really just Keymer, the youngster, putting up the best possible resistance against Michael Adams. But Adams has got to move 40. He's got, well, he had half an hour left when he got there, so he's over an hour now. His opponent had 1 minute left in this position. It's really hard to see what he can play. You can't even go knight f6 now without losing your d6 pawn. So I wonder if, White is going to play b6, and it will be game over. So these 4 should finish rather quickly. And so I'm looking forward to round 4 because we've got a couple of very interesting games. Now, Keymer, having lost with black against Adams, has suddenly got black against Harikrishna. Hardly an easy pairing. And also Studer will get a white against David Anton. That could be quite interesting. Studer demolished him in the rapid tournament. In the 460, the 960 tournament. Michael Adams will get Romain Edouard, Adams' second white in a row, which will be very useful. And Arkady Knight-ish will get another white. Hang on, is this right? Yeah, getting the white. No, sorry, my mistake. I'm looking at round 4. It's round 3 coming up, and that's Wojciech Adams, and that was the one I thought was going to be pretty good. But we also have Keymer Knight-ish, the new generation of German chess and the X generation of German chess. Remembering that Knight-ish left the German Chess Federation to represent Azerbaijan in 2015. Apparently, he made the approach to the Azeris, and they were very happy to have him. He's very good friends with Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, which helped a bit. And also, he had terrible problems with the German Chess Federation. There's real dispute over whose fault it was, but basically in 2010, for the Olympiad, Germany's top players all dropped out. I think it was 2011 when they actually amazingly won gold in the European Teams Championship. It was a sensational performance, but there was a lot of acrimony afterwards. I think Knight-ish accused the official coach of not doing anything, or captain, and instead of really good publicity after that tournament, it was extremely bad. There was even a contemplation of banning Nidic in 2012. And so with such poisonous relations, it's, well, it wasn't a total surprise when Nidic decided to change to Azerbaijan, remembering he'd also played some of his junior chess as a Latvian because he was born in Riga but came to Germany as a teenager. So we have had another draw, and in fact Nidic did make a repetition with lots of rook checks, so Harikrishna will be relieved to get out of that one. Keymer, well, is he trying to put his queen on b5 to slow the pawn down? That might be the idea. He'd like white to play f3, even though your knight might have to come back to some poor square. And it may be able to come, no, it probably can't come back to f6, but you'll have weakened your king a little bit, and therefore there'll be more chance of some sort of counterplay. But white probably should just throw b6 in here. If knight f6, we can take it and go queen e3 if we need to hang on to our pawns. Though it might be a little bit difficult to keep pushing it. So I wonder if there's something more sophisticated that white can do here. Probably, yeah, well, there's plenty of time for Adams to think, and it has to be really good for him. He's played b6. So, yeah, I'm expecting queen b5, and then how do we make progress? We could throw b4 in, so the knight protects all the pawns. So after b6 as played, the other line I wanted to play was knight f6, but I've just realized that b7 looks really good then. And if queen b5, we've got queen b4. So that will do the job. So this is not working at all. So Studer, there's been a couple more moves. Let's see. It's strange actually. So the king went to c3, knight e3, king d6, king b4, knight c2 check. So I don't see a problem with going king a5. Let's see. But he went king c3. Okay, so if knight e1, we can probably go something like bishop e4 and force your king to e5 and then go bishop b7 and start perhaps to take some pawns. Or maybe start with bishop b7. Yeah, it's knight e1 is, well, it's necessary, I guess, but he didn't go knight e1. He went knight e3 again. So the king went back to b4. And this does look pretty drawish, but yeah, it should just be a draw. Even knight e1, allowing white's bishop to sort of dominate. In fact, knight e1 is fatal, perhaps. If we go back, knight e1, bishop b7, well, and the threat is king d2. So a5, king d2. I'd forgotten about that. Well, maybe you can draw by taking on g2, but I doubt it somehow. So yeah, this would be a losing try. So it's a lot better to go for this, and I would expect Edouard to concede a draw fairly soon. Yeah, there's really not much in the way of hope. And then it's up to Adams' technique, and I really don't doubt his technique is going to be good enough to finish off this game. And remembering, if knight c4, we just go a4 here, and that's more or less good enough too. So yeah, the Studer game will end in a draw. Just a reminder that unfortunately today there are no live interviews, but you will get to see the interviews on the Biel Chess website, their YouTube channel, and so you will be able to catch up on what the players said about their game. But certainly Adams is the only one in doubt, but is that really in doubt? Oh, he played knight f6 and b7. Yeah, well, this was what I was a bit worried about. After b7, oh no, sorry, that's my variation. It hasn't happened yet. Black still hasn't played knight f6. Black's thinking in this position, well, yeah, queen b5, I guess it hangs on. But after b4, your queen's in a pawn sandwich, and I don't think it's going to survive that. So it's just a matter of making your king safe and then getting your queen active. And whether that involves playing f3 and king h3 at some point, or just getting out of the way. What you don't want to allow is a queen e2 check when you're not looking, but you should be able to perhaps play f3, move your king, play queen e2, force the queen off the b5 square, and then invade with your own queen. So bit by bit, white's going to get there for sure. But it just is going to take a bit of time and technique. So Studer's game, Romain has played knight d5 check. And, well, I'm sure king a5 draws, but if bishop takes d5 draws, just play it. And plenty of time here for Studer, I think. Oh, is there? Is he really down to 4 minutes here? That would be quite remarkable. Means he's used a lot over his last 8 moves since the time control, but I guess it's possible. So when you've got 4 minutes left, you're sometimes a bit reluctant to go for a pawn ending for understandable reasons. But certainly here, I can't imagine that bishop takes in king a5, because you're going to have material equality in just one more move. So if you play king a5, maybe knight c3 causes a few problems. Although you could go king b4 again, could you? No. No, I don't want to lose a2. Or can I trap the knight? King b3. I can almost trap the knight. I can certainly force it on a... Okay, so king a5, knight c3. So now if king takes pawn, I want to play king c5 and create some winning chances. So king b4 was my tricky move. I don't completely believe it, but in this position, the bishop controls some of the departure squares, and you've got a perpetual here, which is rather nice. So yeah, that's probably preferable to playing a pawn ending. Well, preferable, the pawn ending's a draw, but you just have to miss one little thing in a pawn ending, and all of a sudden the game is practically over. So pawn endings are much more cutthroat, whereas this variation looks absolutely forcing, and no chance for black to avoid that. So how long is black? Oh no, white got now? Well, my clock says 5 minutes, but I think that's actually not accurate. I can't quite see clearly enough at the board, but anyway, even 5 minutes is enough. So I'm really not worried. And Keymer is having a long think. And here, no, the pawn is not on b7 yet, sorry. The pawn is still on b6. This is the position where black is thinking. And, well, there's not too much to do. So we are going to play b4, f3, king f2, queen e2. Black's knight is on a very bad circuit. He might have to go f5 to create some counterplay, but I doubt that's going to create enough. But it's going to be desperation time, so he's going to have to do it. But our tournament leader is going down, I must admit. I'm still stunned we haven't had a move from Studer, but okay. Keymer has plenty of time, unfortunately. So it's we could be in for a long wait here. So I should tell you a little bit about Biel. Biel is yeah, it's basically on the linguistic border between sort of French Switzerland and German Switzerland, although a majority of people in Biel do speak German. And it's a tourist town. It's got a wonderful lake. It's got an old town, which is quite beautiful. It's got a mountain nearby. So as a player, it was always an absolute pleasure. You'd be climbing down a mountain and there'd be another 20 chess players all doing the same exercise each morning before their games. And in the 1980s, the number of players was absolutely enormous. Before your Pater Beatzes and events like that, you would have 1,000 or sometimes even more, I think, players competing on 3 levels, because the top level of the Congress House is the concert hall. There's a mezzanine floor, which was always the analysis area. When Carlsen was playing, you could often see him there analysing some very dodgy games by his compatriots who were playing in the open tournaments. And then the foyer, and I think there was even a downstairs area. The foyer and areas off the foyer used to be the grandmaster groups, but subsequently they've moved to the stage with big screens and so on instead of physical demonstration boards. And the foyer area recently has also become a commentary area, where you could watch Danny King or Dina last year, for example, explain the moves to an audience after they'd finished their game. They could have a coffee and sit down and play there. And through the years, Biel has had some very impressive novelties, one of which was a Torero Prize, a Toreador. So this was for the bravest or most spectacular game of the day, and it was presented every day. And the prize was a lovely prize where both the winner and the loser would go together to the Congress House restaurant. They would share a meal. Also the winner would get 100 francs, and they would usually get winners from 3 days in a row all to join and have a little banquet together. And so it was one of the friendliest brilliancy prizes. Of course, some of the losers didn't always turn up. They were not interested in a free meal because they were very disappointed about the game, and certainly because of the Torero, they sometimes had a model Torero dressed in a beautiful bullfighting suit, which was apparently very valuable, as I found one time when I found myself explaining to the police in Biel down at the police station why I had helped someone take the model and the clothes out into the car, and the Torero had disappeared. So one morning, I entered the playing hall. This was right at the end of the tournament, and Hans Suri, the organizer, came up to me and said, "Someone said that they saw you carrying the Torero out to a car last night." And I said, yes, I was helping someone take it away. It's the end of the tournament. And he said, "Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to go down to the police station and explain it to them, because the clothes were rather valuable." And so I was accompanied down to the police station by Bert Zuger, one of the best Swiss players of the time. And he was my translator. The police didn't have much in the way of English. So I explained that I was just helping this guy because the tournament was over, and I couldn't remember the car I put into it. It was an Opel of some sort, which turned out to be correct. And well, it was certainly not a lot of fun because the police didn't believe me. But finally, Zuger just had a private conversation with the policeman, said, "Look, he's from Australia. He's not going to want to carry a Torero back to Australia. I don't think he's really a suspect." And the police accepted that and let me go. And I didn't know anything more about it for another 30 years until I was on the chess train, which is the train that goes around Central Europe, organised by Prague Railways, where you play a rapid tournament in the morning, and in the afternoon, the train drops you off at a new city, whether it's Krakow or Budapest or Bratislava or Dresden. It's been all over the place. And then you enjoy that city, and then the following morning you jump on the train again, stay at a hotel, jump on the train, and you play a few more rounds. And that's the chess train. And one time I was in the restaurant car of the chess train, and a German man I'd never seen before came up to me and said, "I've got an apology to make to you." And immediately I thought, Biel. And he said, yes, Biel. And I said, well, yeah, I wasn't so happy going down to the police station. And he said, what, you had to go to the police station? That's terrible. And he told me a story that he was playing in the tournament, and the day before the second last round, he'd had a phone call from a friend saying, I'm coming to visit you in Biel, a friend from southern Germany. And he'd said, great, and tomorrow I'm going to win the Torero Prize, and you'll be able to join me for dinner with the Torero Prize. And so the game was played. The German player did not win the Torero Prize or go close, and his friend came, and they were chatting in the they ate at the Congress House restaurant anyway. And after that, the friend said, look, you may not have won from the game, but I'll get you a Torero anyway. So he took the Torero, he asked for my help, and I gave it, and he took it out to the car. And then his friend was getting a bit frantic and said, what are you going to do with that? And he said, well, I'm going to give it to you. And the friend said, you can't. But he thought, well, I can't put it back either. I mean, yeah, they'll know who took it. So they took it back to where they were staying and tried to work out what to do. And the following day, which was Swiss National Day, they put the Torero in a phone box and then told the organisers that they just discovered the Torero and it was in a phone box. So the organisers decided it was a student prank and that they'd returned everything, and it was great. But I didn't actually know what had happened until much later, when the German player, who I'm not going to name, confessed everything on the chess train. And so that was my visit to Biel police, who were very polite, by the way, but also didn't trust me. So the Torero Prize continued for some years. Hans Suri never tired of ribbing me about me stealing it, but certainly it was a really nice way of running a Brilliancy Prize or Best Game Prize. And yeah, there were lots of players going for it. And well, there were some who won it regularly. Tony Miles usually managed, when he was playing the Open tournament, usually managed to produce 2 or 3 Brilliancies each Open tournament. And also an English player called Graham Lee, who was very hit and miss, but when he hit, it was often a Brilliancy. So Studer, by the way, did play the pawn ending, and we have a position like this, which I would say they are going to agree on very soon. As long as white doesn't swap off the B pawn, he should be absolutely fine. And actually here, even if he does, he will be able to come across and take the H pawn. I think when both pawns are liquidated, he should be fast enough. So I'm not too worried about that. And well, Keymer is still thinking, sorry, this is Keymer's game. The pawn is not on B7. It keeps wanting to go to the end of my variation, but this is in fact the position in the real game. And Keymer just is unable to find a reasonable way to play here. So yeah, it's the longer he thinks, the more I'm absolutely sure that Adams will convert this this game into a full point. Although, to be honest, for Keymer, a win and a loss, 4 points, beats 2 draws every time in this particular format. So as Wang Hao showed when he finished ahead of Carlsen in 2012 by in a 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw format, you just have to win a lot, and even if you lose a lot, you can finish ahead of the world champion, as he did. Sorry, he wasn't world champion then. He was a year away from world champion. He was world #1 at the time. So Carlsen, yeah, is a regular visitor here. And there are plenty of other players that have won. I noticed last night Boris Gelfand, who knocked over the world number 3 Ding Liren in the League of Legends tournament online, where he was the winner of the interzonal back in 1993. And I asked him around about 2010, didn't you feel like you were just a better player back in the period when you were winning interzonals? Because I think Gelfand won 2 interzonals in 1991 as well, and might be wrong on that, but he was playing fantastic, complicated chess, amazing kings, Indians, and not quite the technical player he became. And I said, don't you feel that the Gelfand of 1993 would beat the Gelfand of 2010? And he said, no, I know more now. I'm a better player. And he took it quite well, but he was very determined to prove me wrong. And within 2 years, he was challenging for the World Championship. So I may have caused some increase in his motivation. And he went very close against Vishwanathan Anand in 2012, but ultimately was beaten in rapids, which seems to be the trend nowadays. But he was leading. He was 1 up with just 5 games to go, I think. And so it was very, very close to becoming world champion. And Gelfand also confessed in the period around 1993, in fact, when there was a breakaway from FIDE by Short and Kasparov, and then there was a divided world championship. And Gelfand did say at one point that he felt there'd been a long period when there was simply no opportunity to become world champion. You basically were playing in divided events, and no matter which one you won, some people wouldn't regard you as the real world champion. So he did say that there was almost a lost decade when the chess world was divided, and he didn't feel that there was something to play for. Once it was unified, I guess that might have been another motivation to have a go. And well, he did. By the way, when he won the interzonal, Gelfand was representing Belarus. He went on to live in Belgium, and then now has been in Israel for quite a long time. So he's, do we actually have a move? We have a move on the physical chessboard, which is Queen C4. And now the question is B7 worth playing? Or can you play Queen takes pawn check and cause some problems? I don't see the problems. So B7, Queen takes pawn check, F3. And how do you get back to stop that pawn? You probably don't. So, and if B7, Queen B5, then Queen B4, Queen E2 is not bad. And that might work out okay, yeah. So, okay, so B7, Queen B5 is not simple. So the next question for Adams is, can I just play F3? By the way, Studer and Edouard have made a draw, so it's really only Adams against Keymer that is still going, and it should be all over. Well, we think it's all over. So what can he do? Very hard to say. It's most, well, F3 looks simple actually. It does allow Queen E2 check later, but I'm genuinely not worried about that. So yeah, it's definitely winning, but just, I don't know, even knight C3 might be good, but I definitely don't want to move that knight back if I don't have to. And so let's see, what else is there? F3 just looks right. So F3, knight H6, let's say, and Can I go b7 or is queen b5 too annoying? I could start with queen f2 though, but there'd be queen b5 again, I suppose. Yeah, it's not 100% over after I play f3. What else have I got? How do I maneuver my queen to a good square? I could play king g1, because then if I do play f3, there won't be that many queen checks after queen b5. And if you take on e4, I can play b7 and make a new queen. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, by the way, I wouldn't even think about f3, knight f6, because you just take on d6 and it's game over. So I'm trying to, okay, let's see if I can find an absolute forced win here. f3, knight h6, b7, queen b5. I want to go queen b4. I don't care about checks. Check, king g1. Only one check. King f2. Only one check. King e1. Now you've got two checks, sadly. Queen c1 check, let's say. King here. Queen here. And I'm not quite winning yet. I don't know. Queen d2. Unfortunately, here there is queen b3. Queen c4, queen d3 would be fatal, but queen here. Oh, but we have knight b4 now. Oh, but then you've got to check. And then queen c7, and I haven't completely blown it, but I've certainly made my life more difficult. So that is not the way to do it. So f3, knight h6. I guess I've got queen f2, but queen b5 then. All right, after, yeah. Do I have something simple here? No, I really want to play f3. I mean, sending the knight out, I've got a queen ending with queen and knight against queen, basically, so it should be all over. But it may not be the queen b4 that I'm looking for. So I wonder if the other idea of king f2 is working in order to just play queen e2 in some positions. But you've got a queen c5 check, although I'll be able to hit it with b4 later. So yeah, this does seem like it's winning as well. But if I were Adams, yeah, I'm reluctant to play f3 just because I'd love to, it'll be much easier to win the queen endings if I haven't played f3. Yeah, but ultimately it's well, almost anything should win. But I just like king g1, because if you can't take on e4, then I'm going to do extremely well. And yeah, all in all, how much time has Michael got? Oh, it looks like it's only about 10 minutes actually, or so he's played f3, which is good, and I think there will be an immediate answer with knight h6. So it's 8 minutes against 12, I believe. So time trouble shouldn't be a big worry. Now he's got to have more than that, because this is only move 41. Did he really spend that long on b6 and queen c3? I don't think so. So I think the clock times I've got are simply not correct. So there's no way you want to play knight f6 here. All the queen endings will be winning. Knight takes, queen takes, actually queen takes d6 check. You can even get the e5 pawn with check. So you'll be winning absolutely easily. I mean, knight f6 is a disaster. So let's see, knight takes, king takes, queen check, king back, and you get this one as well. With check, then you can go queen c3, there won't be a perpetual. You'll be winning. So knight here, b7, queen b5, queen b4, check, king g1, queen check. I mean, I simply believe there must be a way out here. I wonder if it's king e3, perhaps? Only one check. King d3. And I can walk my king up the board if I really want to. Queen f1, king c3, queen takes pawn check, king c2, or have I blown it again? Oh no, you'll run out of checks sooner or later. Check. Oh, sorry, this was the position where I just wanted to go knight c3, protecting my king, and next move I make a new queen. So that will be winning. So Adams, is doing the job with f3. Yeah, his technique is renowned, and Adams has been really high up in the World Championship. To be honest, I mean, I'm mentioning Gelfand, but Adams got to within a smidgen of challenging Karpov for the World Championship title in 1997. When he played a knockout tournament in Groningen. It was like a giant interzonal and candidates put together where the winner would play Karpov in the final, and ultimately he lost a very, very tight final against Anand where they played a draw in equality in the slow games, and then finally Anand beat Adams in the rapid games, and unfortunately Anand then went on to lose in rapid games to Karpov, and actually Adams also went very, very close in the 2004 World Championship knockout tournament, which was won by Rustam Kazimdzhanov, and in that tournament he also made the final. I must admit Kazimdzhanov did the hard work of knocking out Topalov, who was in awesome form in that tournament. And again, Adams made it to a rapid playoff, and I think, did he? No, he went down by one game in the final. So I think he got beaten 3.5, 2.5, I think in the final. So it was very, very close again. So he has been world number 3 a few times back in the early 2000s when he is doing all this great stuff in World Championship tournaments. And it helps that Adams was a very good knockout player. And a lot of the tournaments around then were knockouts. They also, in the 90s, it was quite trendy. So there was a knockout Vikhanse, there were knockout Tilburg tournaments, both tournaments in the Netherlands, and Adams starred in a number of them. I think he beat Gelfand in the final of one Tilburg tournament. So he really, knight f6 played. Oh, come on, this is definitely over. So take. Queen takes check. King back. Queen takes check. King back. Queen c3. Check. King g1. Check. King f2. End of checks. I mean, I'm sure you can go back and try and stop the b pawn for a little while, but it's not really very promising. In fact, this is really pretty hopeless, and I'm not even sure that I have to go grabbing the e5 pawn. I'm quite happy to grab on d6. I'm not sure I need e5, but anyway, once I go queen to c3, it should be game over. I've got ideas like, well, in this sort of variation, I can actually put my queen on f2 if he comes back. So, for example, if he plays queen b5 here, queen b5 here is possible, I guess, but I'll go queen d4. And queen f2. So if queen e2, I'll go queen f2. Now everything's covered. Sure, you can stop my pawn for a while, but I doubt that's going to be highly successful. Yeah, this is 3 pawns up in a queen ending. So probably I hide my king somewhere, and eventually that b pawn will be free to advance. It's probably the longest resistance for Keymer, but really it's not so great. And I wonder if there are any other good moves. After knight f6, is b7 worth playing? Oops. Queen b5. And again, is this a line where I can just go queen b4 and escape from the checks by moving my king across? Not impossible, but probably not necessary. So again, Adams is thinking a lot, and it's a bit strange. Yeah, it can't possibly not be winning to take on f6. So the practical thing to do is just take on f6. And then take 2 pawns, bring your queen back. Look, one day you might even be able to push some pawns on the king's side. And remember that if the worst comes to the worst, they'll check you all the way over to the queen side, and you'll use your b pawns for protection, and you'll still win over there. So he has taken on f6. So king takes. Queen, well, I'm sure he'll play queen d6 check. And he has. King went back. Queen e5 check. I don't suppose there's anything easier than that. You don't need to not take the pawn. King somewhere. And queen c3. And queen d4. So this position, queen b5, I'm sure you've got 1,001 ways to play this. First things first, I think I'd move my king so that I can play queen d4 without allowing lots of checks. So, okay, here, yeah, I've just got the real times to the game. And yeah, Adams is not short of time at all. He has 27 minutes left and his opponent has only 10. So it's not really a problem at all. Yeah, there's lots of places that king can go. But ultimately, I think I want my queen on d4 and my king on f2 and then e3. And I'm quite happy to walk my king up the board. Black can never really set up a mating net or anything like that. Still no move here from Keymer, which is a little bit difficult because, sorry, a little bit strange. Sorry, where the position is this. Surely he's going to go to h7. I mean, g8 just gives more checks. So, so let's see. And he still hasn't moved. It's got, well, I guess you could try to run towards the king side, but king f8 and king e8 looks like just like it gives, well, actually, king f8, queen d6, you can't even go to e8 because you go queen b8 and queen c7 and swap queens. So that would be, so what I'm saying is king f8, queen check, king here, and then we've just got 2 checks to swap queens. So you get close to the pawns, but unfortunately you allow a swap of queens, and that's 2 pawns up in a pawn ending, which is pretty decisive. So the only other thing I can think that Keymer is thinking about is whether to resign or not, which if you're going to play like this, well, you could have resigned earlier. Maybe only now we realize the white queen is heading back towards c3 and f2 eventually. So that, well, no, he would have seen that when he played knight f6. He spent, 3 odd minutes on knight f6. So You may, look, a queen ending, there's not a lot of point resigning. One of the things about queen endings that you should know, though, is basically, unless there's an immediate perpetual check, there's almost never a perpetual check. That is, there'll be lots and lots of checks, which people don't like, but as a general rule, they will run out sometime. And so when you're playing in a position like Adams, you can just be completely confident that if the checks have to stop at some point, then you will almost never have to worry about it. You'll be able to bring your king across to the queen side, for example. Maybe the king could hide on b1 in some positions. It could also work well. And then queen c7 or something like that. And also, I'm wondering if the white queen might want to sit on e3 and then play b3, because later you might be able to get your queen to c4 in some positions, depending on where the black king is. But there could be some useful moves here. So king a7 played. Well, what else? It's the only square that's not checkable. So you could start your king march immediately if you really wanted to, with king f2, and after queen checks, just run your king up. And that's not silly, really. So, I mean, king f2, I don't think you're losing your... I don't want to lose my b6 pawn, put it that way. So king here, check. I don't want any sneaky check. Oh, no, I'm not really making progress here, am I? And now if I play king d4, then the queen g1 check. So I play king d3, though. Hang on. There's queen here check. And I've lost my great pawn. So no, I do not want to play king f2. And yeah, I just want to play queen c3. But no move yet from white. Is there anything else that's... no, there's nothing really except queen c3 that makes sense. Queen e2, king g1, and the king will get to f2, and then the checks will run out. Maybe it's easier as a commentator to suggest these lines, whereas as a player, you're always thinking, am I missing a check? Is there something really sneaky here? But yeah, it's definitely, yeah. Well, queen c3, just play it safe. I'm a bit baffled that Adams is thinking, but maybe that's part of having good technique. So I think he's just played queen c3, yeah, and that will be game over. So I believe Dina is back with some news. So let's hear from Dina, and what did the players say about their games?
Yes, thank you, Ian. So we did have all the 6 players joining us for the commentary, analyzing after the game. Yes, the last ones were Roman Eduard and Anton Studer. And we also discussed that moment that we did analyze together with you, Ian. It was, yeah, apparently there was no big advantage at that moment when we had analyzed 3 or 4 moves, I believe.
Really? So computers are saying white was not clearly better?
You say computer is saying?
No. I'm saying, I'm asking, did the is this computer analysis or
no,
is this
player? The
player analysis?
Player
Right.
analysis. Player analysis. Yes.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure they're checking right now.
Yes, absolutely. They all seem to be in a good mood so far. Yeah, but okay, Noel would rather be happy to start, marking some points so far.
Yeah. Well, it's not often you get 1.5 points in one day's work, really. So everyone's pretty happy.
Yes, indeed. But he did say that he gets good positions all the time.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah, absolutely. And what about the Anton Wojtaszek game? Because that seemed very unbalanced. I wasn't sure who was better.
Yes, actually, it was interesting because after Queen's exchange, Radoslav said that he was already thinking about having some chances after the move 30 Rook G1. He did think about having some chances to play for a win, but then, of course, he did not find anything
clear.
anything clear, anything concrete.
Right. And what about Knightage? Did Knightage feel like he'd missed a win somewhere?
I didn't feel so, to be honest. He was glad with his position so far. Yes, but nothing that concrete at my concern.
And was how did Pentala seem? Was he relieved or just satisfied?
I think he was better satisfied than relieved. Yeah.
So maybe he always felt he had enough counterplay too. And it was an amazing idea to lose the A pawn and play G6 and believe that you've got enough. But it was remarkable how bad that rook on A6 was. So yeah, impressive defense there. And yeah, it's so. Did Studer say anything more about his intentions for later in the tournament?
Yes, actually, he would. Yeah, Studer did have some regrets regarding the fact that he does get the good positions and he doesn't convert them, but he's pretty sure that slightly he's doing better and better, and he also thinks that it is due to the fact that he did not play much, and he said also that he did not play much online lately, so that might be some couple of training games could have been better for him before, but okay, he's getting confidence back. So
right.
I believe we shall see more results so far. Yes, I will be staying in your company perhaps until the last game finishes, if that's.
Yep, that absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's Keymer is just hanging on and hanging on. So it's up to White. I presume.
I suggest it should be completely winning, yes, but maybe
yes,
not so fast technically wise.
Not trivial. I'm wondering about putting the pawns on E5 and then F4, and then just playing Queen F3. So to give you a check on the 7th rank, and I'll go King H3 with a very safe king. And when you take on B2, I'll play B7. And then I should be very, very close to winning. But
absolutely.
Again, maybe not game over, but because the king on H3 is not extremely well placed. But that's the sort of position where then I can start running my king across. And of course, you could start with B4 if you wanted, but I'm not really sure I want to make another commitment. I like the fact it's protected by the queen. Of course, it's possible just to play King H2 and then play G4 and try and break open Black's king so that you've got more avenues for your king to walk in and also more counter checks. So King H2 and then G4 looks very possible. Everything's protected, and it's hard to believe Black can stop a simple plan like that.
Yes, so we have still Michael Adams who is thinking. Maybe there are some side effects of the plan.
Oh, there are. Your king is a little bit more exposed. It's true, but honestly, I think there must be 10 ways to win this position. It's just you always want to choose the one that gives less counterplay. It's what David Smurden in his recent book on swindling calls control zwang. That is, you feel like you need to control every little thing. And when you're trying to do that, occasionally you can miss little things. So, yeah, it's... okay, we do have a move now, by the way. And that move is E5. So he is planning to fix his pawns up a little bit and probably put a queen on F3 and play B7. And that should work. But this control zwang is not wanting to give your opponent the slightest bit of counterplay, and in doing so, you often overlook something very short term that maybe wasn't there before. Controlzang is not a German word, I believe, invented by David Smerdon.
So you are talking about the book that has been published lately.
Yes, New in Chess brought it out a month or two ago, and he was trying to categorize all types of swindles and the way you get to them. And one was basically the opponent who is always better or winning, wanting to control everything and not allow the slightest amount of counterplay, and that's when things can sometimes go wrong. But he actually missed a major swindle type, and that is the inadvertent swindle.
Wow. Okay.
Which is where you have no idea that you're losing, so you don't realize that you're swindling them. So Queen B5 played.
And you do not realize that you swindle.
That's right. You think you're winning the whole way. So you totally misjudge the position. You're losing, and your opponent makes a mistake and you win, and you just think, well, that's the way things are. I'm a good player, and I just played really well. So anyway, that can be in the second edition.
I think you'll be happy, yeah, with this idea.
With new forms of swindles, but it's going to be hard to find the sort of examples that he found in this book. Some of them were really exceptional, just unbelievable swindles. People breezing along thinking they're winning and then suddenly they're lost, and all sorts of tournaments and all sorts of games.
It reminds me of Dvoretsky tragic comedies.
Indeed. Yeah, but Dvoretsky was critical of the losers a lot, but Smerdon is more admiring of the ingenuity of the winners. So it's just a different point of view. And to be honest, I think Dvoretsky's tragicomedies was simply an attempt to cash in on the fact that the most popular endgame book, apart from his endgame manual, was Van Perlo's Endgame Tactics, which was full of these sort of examples. So why not put a book together with lots of sad stories as well as the right way to do it? And so I must admit, Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual plus Van Perlo's Endgame Tactics together form a complete endgame library. And by the way, there is a new edition of Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual out. Unfortunately, Dvoretsky's was not around to edit it, but I believe Carsten Mueller did a pretty good job. And it's amazing that things change every edition, that positions you think are theoretically drawn or winning, something happens.
Absolutely.
Even in endgame.
Yeah.
So here you can check on a light square, but we're going to go Queen F3. And, oh no, sorry, not if you go Queen C6 check, we won't. Queen C6, I guess, is necessary. But he didn't play it, he just played King G8. So, are we going to move our king first, or are we going to just go Queen F3 anyway? Oh no, we can't. Sorry, he's keeping up the pressure on B6. So,
yes,
King G1 played. Okay, but now our queen is ready to move without any checks available. And I guess it'll go to D4. And then maybe B4 will get played. And then we can go to C5, and that'll be getting very near the end. And there's also a merit in playing E6 in some of these positions, just to totally expose the black king. So you've always got a couple of checks and then B7. But anyway, King G1, good healthy move. And well, Keymer is a bit short of time. Yeah, he's got less than 10 minutes to go. He's played Queen B3. Okay, that's one move that does prevent Queen D4 because the G3 pawn's under attack. So where is he going to put the king? I would suggest H2, but
H2 seems logical because you put the king on the dark square. You do not want to have all those checks.
Indeed. Although when I go there, if I try to play queen d4, there's queen c2 check, which is a bit annoying. They're probably not winning either. Yeah, it's
And could the plan to bring the king up to the b6 pawn work?
Oh, absolutely. I just want to find a way through, because at the moment, if I go king f1, you've got queen d1 check. So I need some sort of clear air in order to get through, and it's not so simple. Yeah, I'm just not sure how he's. I mean,
And
there's
is
so many.
queen d4 and sacrificing g3 pawn could be an option, or it's too risky?
It probably is winning, and then running the king, you mean? Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's probably winning. I don't think black has time to take on h4. The main counterplay would be in that. But if you're going to do that, I'd rather. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Queen g3, king f1. It does seem like there are a fair few checks, but I'm pretty sure I'll get away. And yeah, so I'm quite confident that's winning. I just feel like I don't want to lose it yet. Maybe I'm the one who's going for total control. Yeah, and I shouldn't be. I should be starting to just calculate a forced win and just play it. But anyway, king h2 or something like that does seem absolutely fine. Or king h2, and just play it. King anywhere, to be honest, except f1.
Okay.
And even there, when if I go king f1, if you go queen d1 check, I can go king g2, and your queen doesn't get back to b5 the way it should. So that could actually be a decent move, king f1. So if you check here, I'll run away here, and after check, now I'm quite prepared to go queen f3, queen here, king here, takes, pawn up, and there is queen here now. And now it's just a matter of getting it right with white. It might involve playing g4 and eventually exposing the black king. But this feels winning. Oh no, there's queen f5 check. But eventually I can play queen g2.
Queen f5, queen g2. Okay.
Queen f5, king back to h2, yeah. Queen c2, queen g2, and so on. Again,
king f1.
He played king f1. Excellent. Yes. Yeah. And lots of checks, but who cares? So the long march begins. And that king should expect to walk a long way up the board. I think as long as we get to somewhere like c6 and we have our queen on c5, we should be right. But there's also a plan of putting your queen on d4 and then putting the king on b1. And that may also cover a lot of checks.
So that queen d3 proceeded?
Queen d3 played. Okay. So, king e1 is a bit unfortunate because of queen b1 check.
And what about the queen e2 here?
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think I want to play queen b3 now. I don't want to take on g3 just yet.
Of course you don't, otherwise king g2 we have. Now, can there be a repetition if sometimes repetition?
No. Where did the king come from? It came from g1.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't work. Queen b5 doesn't.
No.
Queen
so
b5.
Queen d3 played. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, queen b5. Anyway.
Queen d5, and no, queen b5. Sorry.
Queen b5, yes.
Okay. Let's play it, and let's see. What about king f3? Run that way? But no, it's just not so simple. And my pieces aren't well placed for g4 at the moment. Or are they? Can I go g4 and king g3 as my attempt at freedom? Maybe, but I could also get my king caught. Yeah, black can put a king on g7 and a queen on b3, and I might never be able to get out. So I'm not really happy with that. Well, Keymer is putting up a very sturdy defense in a position that he knows is lost, but he's just not giving an easy forced win for Adams, where Adams is yet to have a position where he can just calculate his way through. And I wouldn't like to have to win this if Adams ever gets down to 45-second increments. He's got enough time at the moment, but he's been spending a bit.
Yes, and I think Keymer is doing absolutely great trying to resist. Again, one more time, we can quote the new book. What is the title? The exact title? The Absolute Swindler, or
I can't remember, to be honest.
I'll check it. I have the. I've read a chapter of it in the one of the latest New in Chess.
Okay, right. Yeah, so there is one thing in Keymer's favour here, and that is Adams is old. Now, I'm not really expecting him to have a heart attack and die or anything, but he will probably get tired more than Keymer will. So maybe this is his one hope, that at some point Adams's brain starts getting a little bit fuzzy, and maybe he's not seeing his way clear to an absolute forced win.
Yeah, I would probably just add that I don't think that there's any particular old age for chess. It's just that clearly Vincent is younger, so might have more energy to when it comes to such long games.
I'd say 28. Once you're 28, I think that's it. You may not go down quickly, but I think it's very hard to improve after you're about 28.
So does that mean that Magnus will not?
Yeah, I'm afraid he's over the hill. Now, of course, he's a long way ahead of people, so he could hang on to his world title for the next 10 years by being almost as good as the early model Magnus. Well, I think he's last year he really was pretty impressive, and you wonder if he's going to be able to replicate that astonishing run that he had last year until Ding finally beat him. But no, you just look at the modern players, and people just don't seem to maintain their peak rating after 30. You can, or certainly not improve their peak rating after 30. So I think it's about 28 now. And to be honest, when I was growing up, they said 35 was the peak. Well, I don't think it is anymore.
Well, that's actually really shocking me in a way to hear you saying that, because How
old are you?
I won't tell you my age now, because I'm afraid that you will put a pause on me as well. But no, but honestly, I would say that I kind of disagree with this statement, especially during the last years we've been trying to prove to the society that age is not that important in chess as in other sports, that you can improve as long as you work hard, and that the actual chess retirement comes way later than it comes for other sports. And I believe that age around 30 would match for something like football or tennis, but I'm pretty sure with a good physical routine and training, that age limit can be way more unlimited, yes. But I think it's also somehow comes to the debate of the women playing at the same level as men. These two, I think these two are from the more or less one topic. But we do have a move now on the board.
What did he play? G4. Oh, okay. That's one I wasn't.
Yeah, it was one of your suggestions to find this
I know, but
interesting
not a
path.
serious one. So
Okay.
it's a desperation one because I couldn't find a way forward without it. But it may not be that bad. Well, if Adam's played it, it's maybe okay. Yeah. The reason I think 28 might be a peak, and I'm sure there are some players that can be a little bit older than that or a little bit younger when they hit their peak, is simply because apparently your memory, your ability to learn languages and that sort of thing stops at about 28, or at least plateaus at 28. And it doesn't start deteriorating particularly, but it's very hard to really improve in a lot of areas at 28. So I thought, well, why not chess? And the modern players seem to be indicating that. Now, I mean, it's completely possible Magnus will move up a bit and maybe break his record, but I'd be interested to see over the next 5 years if he can maintain or even improve the level he's got right now, because it seemed to me that 2019 is the sort of year that is very, very hard to repeat for him.
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
and
I
Hoi
think
Fan's not exactly old. She's past her best, isn't she?
You say she has passed her best?
You think?
Well, I know that she put on pause her career, but once
Yes.
she comes back, I think, well, if she comes back, let's say she has all the chances to beat her record and go higher, maybe beat Judith records as well. I'm pretty sure
I
she
think
has enough
Hoi Fan is
talent.
a special case, though, because I get the feeling she never really wanted to be a chess professional. She always had other ambitions in life, and it was almost a problem for her that she was so good. So she was obliged to play Olympiads, and she simply had to keep playing because China needed her. But ultimately, she didn't want to be a professional chess player. She wanted to do other things.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting, because usually it means that she would lack motivation, which was not the case, judging by her performances.
Or she was just so talented she didn't even need it. Because she was absolutely stunning as a teenager. She was on a trajectory to be as good as Judith Polgar as a teenager, but it slowed down pretty quickly with, well, university work. Well, she did delay university for a year, I think, to play professional chess. But maybe she also got thrown into really strong tournaments a little bit early. She had to play the very best players in the world before she knocked over all the 2700s, and maybe that didn't help her that much, or maybe didn't help her confidence. It's hard to say, but I would be surprised if Hoi Fan did come back and as a professional player. I mean, she's still a good player, so she can play socially and do very, very well.
She just played in the Women's Speed Cup, by the way, one of on the Grand Prix.
Exactly, yeah. The sort of thing you do for fun rather than in order to prove you're the world's best player.
Well, yeah, absolutely, but the only factor could be that, as right now, apart from Biel, there were no big events, then most of the players were to take it very seriously, those online tournaments.
Sure.
As a way to maintain their physical, their chess form.
Yeah, the criticism, I guess, of the online tournaments have been that almost all of them have been for the good ones have been for the very top players. So as long as you got a world-class ranking before COVID, you would keep getting invited to the world-class, Rapids and Blitz tournaments that were being organised during lockdown. But any player that was outside about the world top 20 would have real trouble getting an invite and playing in any of these events, even if they were very good at Rapid or very good at Blitz.
Indeed, yes. And by the way, Hoi Fan did come at Biel, I believe it was in 2017. She played the tournament together with there was also Anatoly Karpov playing that event.
And I think Caruana played as well.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
So it was a pretty impressive performance, maybe one of her best. But yeah, certainly she hasn't replicated that often in top tournaments. That you could almost say that was her absolute peak in a world-class event. And yeah, no doubt it was.
Yes, I think she
So
finished
Adams has made some
joint.
moves.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I think that the woman that was talking about, she might not have won, but she was about to win it. She
Yeah.
was, yeah. Okay, it was 2014. Never mind. Yes, let's continue with the
2014.
She also
Heyifan, yeah, nearly won it. Yes, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right. And Maxim got her right at the end. So, okay, we've had a few checks, and Queen B3, King H2. So right now, Adams is planning H5, because if you take it, Queen G3 check is game over. So I suspect the black queen is going to have to sit on B5 around here to avoid any queen swap disaster. And even then, H5 and Queen G2 and at B7 looks pretty good.
Yes, so can we hope that the win is coming? The victory is coming.
I think so, yeah. It would be nice, but I mean, I don't begrudge Keymer playing on. Yeah, he is just trying to make it as hard as possible for his opponent and succeeding.
So far.
So where is Adams's king headed is my question. So if he plays H5 takes, I wonder if he should just charge his king up the board and try to take that H pawn. Maybe black's king would charge up the board in time. So yeah, is H5 followed by Queen G2 and B7? No, it's not a good plan because Queen takes F4 check. That's why the Queen went to B4 and not B5. So he is setting problems.
Right.
I wonder if he could just go King, start the King march. So King G3, Queen check. I think I'll go King G2, Queen back.
Queen D5.
B5, say, and back. No, I don't know. Can I move forward like this?
Yeah, sure. I think it's a good idea.
No, but I mean, I'm getting bit by bit.
You're trying to
Yeah, I think I've done the
step.
job. Yeah, so probably this is, the last check was not good, and maybe Queen C6 is better, but I think then King D3, and this is getting very good now. So Queen F3, I just run up the board. I can even go Queen D6 around here if I really want to, but I think I'll just play B4 first and Queen C5. So yeah, it is definitely possible to move our king up. Also, he has played, okay, he did play almost that, I think.
Yeah, actually, black played King F8, and the queen is on the B4, and now King E3 we are having. Now the march has started.
Yeah, so it was Queen check, King G2, Queen B5. No, it was Queen B4. Oh no, hang on. King G2, the Queen stayed where it was. So check King here. Seem to have missed a move here somehow. Queen B4. No, Queen is already on. It must be some variation that I missed.
And King F8, yeah.
King G3, Queen B3 check, King H2, Queen B4. So he went King G2 immediately. Okay. That seems logical. Then came King F8 and then came King F3. Okay, so he knows what he's doing. He's he's getting there.
And now we are having king e8. Black is also trying to bring his king into the defense.
Across. Right. Well, now I'm very tempted to go king g4, now that the black king is a long way away. But, no, maybe it's silly. Okay, so around here, queen d4 would... Oh, no, sorry, it's not legal, so it's got to be queen e3. And then you can keep running. But, of course, you can never take that pawn, but if you hang on to it, it'll make life very, very difficult. So if queen e3, I guess b2 falls. But maybe then there's an e6 move, which looks pretty good too. So still no move here. And the clock times... Dina, can you see the clock times from where you are?
Yes, sure. It's 12 minutes for white, Michael Adams, and only 1 minute for Mr. Keymer. Could king g4 be an option?
That's what was played.
King g4. Wow.
Okay, so if king f8 here.
Then what is next? Yeah, how to proceed?
Are we going to go king g5? Let's do it. And if queen e7, I'll go king h6.
Wow.
And say that I'm actually doing okay here.
Yes.
Yeah, or foolish is the other way of putting it.
And maybe later on, your plan with e6 could also be interesting to exchange e pawn against g6 pawn and try to have the second pass pawn.
So he has gone back with his king after king g4. So the whole king g4 plan worked quite well. But
king f8.
Yeah, so king, this line, yeah, king here and queen f8. Although I can always run back then, but I'm just very, very nervous about this. So I don't really want to go f5 because you could take on e5. I'd love to go b4 followed by queen c5, but oh no, then queen h4, mate. What can I do? I mean, h5? Maybe your idea of swapping the pawn, doing it this way.
No, this would be also an option.
You've got a few checks, which are annoying, but I'm not sure they're really hurting me very much.
By the way, at some point, maybe I could try to sacrifice the b6 pawn and to put in order to put my queen on d6 or h6 and being able to exchange the queens. The only question is how to do that.
Yeah, I'd hate to lose my b6 pawn. Oh, he's just gone h5. This is a far simpler way of the plan that I was trying to do. Much, much simpler. So takes.
And maybe f5, f6 now as well.
And set up a mating net.
Yeah, somehow we do have to. Yeah, we'll just queen c2 and you cannot do anything anymore. So this could be also an option.
Yes. There might be a queen g1 move if our king's somewhere near h6 and invading that way, but maybe it's just a check. Maybe it's not deadly. But black has to find a good move here, and the clock times were just 1 minute. So he's played queen to
queen b3
b3.
Now. Yeah.
Okay, so is queen h3 a real threat? I'd love to go queen d4 here. And if I can escape the checks, then I'll be quite happy with it. So let's try queen d4.
Yeah, looks like there is no danger. Queen h3, king g5.
There's danger.
There's no danger. Oh, wait. There's queen g6 checkmate.
It's danger. Yep. So let's not do that. So queen b3, I will not play queen d4 because that's an immediate draw.
Can we try queen g1? Queen h3, queen g5, king g5, no checks for now?
Yeah, well, actually, at the moment, there are no checks after queen h3.
Oh, we do have a check, by the way. We can play queen c5 and maybe then queen c6 or queen d6.
There's still queen h3. What if I just go f5? Because one check. Just one check.
Yeah, queen c5 and then queen d6. And how will you...
Really? Okay, let's have a look. Queen c5, king g7.
Queen d6.
I want to go check.
Will you have some perpetuals over there?
I certainly hope so. Another check.
Okay, king f5.
And another check.
And now king... Aha. Yes, you're definitely annoying me. Yes, I agree.
King's a bit far offside. So, but f5, just the one check, I think.
And we do have a move. King g5 has...
Oh, he started with king g5, also logical.
Yes, it's also very
so if
normal.
queen e6 here, then you go for your queen d6 idea. So queen e6 is queen check and queen d6, no checks.
I have also a suggestion now. I think if something like king e8, we can improve by the means of queen h2, and you cannot... Probably you cannot take, or you can.
Yeah, it might run away to d7. I'm looking at f5 now.
All right.
I think, yeah, if I can get f5 in, it'll help protect my king sometimes. So king g7 played. And this is where I would think f5 is still pretty good.
Okay, f5.
Yep.
With the idea of mating net.
We hope, yep. Yes, it's having to keep an eye on that b6 pawn causes all sorts of problems. So your queen h2 idea is becoming a big threat too.
Absolutely, I can activate it at any moment.
So I'm even thinking there might be an e6 followed by f6 idea, but I'm not quite making that work because I'm allowing checks on the 5th rank. Just by the way, if you've just tuned in, we've had 3 draws today. We had a draw between Noel Studer, the local lad, against Frenchman Romain Edouard. Tough game. Edouard was on, well, on the ropes perhaps, and then suddenly he was better, but ultimately good defense made a draw. We had a draw between Katie Neidich and Pentala Harikrishna. Definitely Harikrishna was in trouble, I think, but somehow Neidich's extra pawn didn't do enough. And our final game was between David Anton and Radoslav Wojciech, and this one probably never moved too far from equality, but was surprisingly sharp, and again ultimately ended in a draw. So that's actually the first half point that Anton's ever scored against Wojciech. So we have another move played by, it's a queen b4 move. Okay, so let's see. It's got to be f6. And now presumably you'll go to h7. And how do we create a mating net while also covering the checks? Okay. We just need to bring our king out of the way, I think. What if we go king f5? And suddenly we've got huge threats on the, a check on the h file followed by a check on the g file. Looks very, very strong. He played f6 check. The king hasn't moved. Where else can it go? Well, I don't think it can go to f8 because of queens anywhere, c2 or something like that.
Or h2 or anything, yeah.
So, although if I go to h2, maybe king e8 hangs on.
Okay.
Check king d7. So c2 forces you back to g8.
Right.
And then, then king f5 again. So he did go to f8, did he? Okay.
King f8, yes. Also queen f5 could be possible. No, probably not because of queen d2.
Yeah, that's annoying. So we can't actually afford to allow any more checks now. Yeah, I really actually any move that doesn't allow checks that threatens mate. So
which is Queen C2, right? The easiest.
Yeah, Queen C2, but Queen G2 is even sneakier because if King G8, King F5 is immediately mate. So Queen G2 looks like a lot of fun. I don't know exactly how you stop the mate there.
Both. Yeah, you threaten from the both
Yeah,
wings.
so, okay, Adams must win. He's got plenty of time, and he's still got his extra 3 pawns.
I actually think that Queen G2 is just, ends the game immediately because Black cannot move the king anymore, so he has to play with the queen, and where would he go?
Yeah, I think you're right. Absolutely. So
because on the king at G8, there is also something like King F5 and Queen G7, Queen G8, Queen F7, and everything falls apart.
Everything falls. Yeah, absolutely.
And he can play Queen G2.
Okay. And will Keymer stop now? I don't know.
Yes, probably. He can try something with his queen, but I don't see anything.
No.
No, there is no defense here. There's absolutely no defense here.
So it looks like suddenly Adams is going to leap into 3rd place. So the scores, assuming Keymer finally resigns here, and I think he probably will, the scores going into the 3rd round of the classical tournament will be Wojciech on 15, Keymer still in 2nd place on 14, but Adams 13.5 and Harikrishna 13. There's a bit of a gap from the rest of the field. Naiditch on 10.5 and then a big gap to Edward on 7, Anton on 5.5 and Studer on 4.5. So yeah, it's the field is getting very spread out, and that's part of the idea, I think, of this format, in that you can get a lot of points, and therefore there's not many score groups that players can end on. So has Keymer resigned? It doesn't look it from the video.
He actually played the Queen A4, which doesn't allow Queen A8. But I think White can just play B7.
B7, I think so. Unless you go back to the B file then.
Yes, B7.
Play B7.
Just played.
Okay. So what about Queen B5 now? Is this annoying or not? Threatening the E5 pawn.
Maybe we can simply improve something like Queen H6.
King H6.
Queen H2.
King H6. Queen H2, yeah, looks good. King G8. So King H6 looks easy. And maybe you can do something flashy, like Queen D5.
Nice. This is brilliant. This is
yeah, so Queen B6, Queen D6 check, of course, and you don't have any way to prevent Queen D8. Yeah, so that's the way I want to finish the game.
That's very
and it's Adam's move, so he's got a chance to do it.
Yeah, that would be a tiny little small candidate for a beauty prize.
Well, I'd give the Torero prize to that move if I played it. Mind you, the Torero prize never went to a game that went for 60, 70 moves. So you have to play more than just one pseudo queen sacrifice. But Adams, has a finishing move here. I'm sure King H6 is game over as well, and I'm sure your Queen H2 does the job equally well. It's just a matter of choosing your poison.
Indeed.
So we're just waiting for Adams, and he's played something.
Oh no!
Oh well.
Such a pity.
Can't win them all.
Oh. He chose to be practical, but okay, the opponent resigns anyway.
Right, yes, absolutely.
Oh, that's a pity.
So,
it means,
well, a move that forces your opponent to resign can't be all bad.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely agree. This means that we are expecting to have Michael Adams for an interview, which will be offline, unfortunately.
Okay, but that would be very interesting, and so I look forward to seeing it on the YouTube page.
Indeed.
So sorry, go on.
Yeah, we will also upload all the offline interviews for the transitions and maybe short breaks during the broadcast or whenever, like we did also today for the rep. That's you.
Yep, straight out of Tonsberg or something like that.
Yeah, so we also upload these interviews to be able during the live broadcast.
Okay, and yeah, well, I guess we're wrapping up for today. So round 3 will be tomorrow, and it will feature Wojciech against Adams, the big guns, and Keymer will have another tough one in Nidic. So should be a very good round. We've got Radoslav Wojciech as leader, but lots of players snapping at his heels, most notably Keymer, Adams, and Harikrishna. So should be a very exciting third round, and I look forward to seeing you at 2 o'clock tomorrow. So thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in, and yeah, see you all tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.